Watch out, she's a
Well,
troublemaker.
Right.
Sarah, for the rip.
Ready, Miss Ma? Mrs. Ma? Ready?
Ma.
Sure.
Opie, ready?
What if I say no?
Yeah, she covers.
I'll wait for you to be
No,
ready.
we're ready.
Oh my gosh, it's so long. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Y'all ready?
Even to review them, it takes an hour.
There you go.
Gentlemen, you ready?
I am absolutely ready.
We have a 7 o'clock start right now. Is that what time it is? Is it 7?
Sure.
All right, we'll call the meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission for Tuesday, April 5th, 2022 to order. Jim, can you call the, or I'm sorry, David, can you call the roll, please?
Sure, alternate Commissioner Ma,
Here.
alternate Commissioner Coles,
Present.
alternate Commissioner Coviello, alternate Commissioner Caird, Commissioner Walowski. Here. Commissioner Volpe,
Here.
Commissioner Tedesco,
Present.
Commissioner Clark,
Here.
Commissioner Santago,
Here.
Vice Chair Sulka,
Here.
Chair Hammersley.
Hammersley's here. I did hear from Commissioner Card and Commissioner Coviello. They will not be able to make it tonight, but we do have a quorum. So with that, if we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge my allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We can all remain standing for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. So it's been a while since we've been here. March seemed to be a long month for everybody, the way that the calendar fell. Anyways, as a result of that, we have a number of meeting minutes that we need to approve. I think we could probably just take all three of these up in one swath, but we're looking for approval or motion to approve the meeting minutes from a regular meeting on March 15th, 2022, special meeting on March 15th, 2022, as well as a special meeting of March 31st, 2022.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner discussion, is there anything, I know I think a couple committees had some meetings, and I know that Commissioner Volpe and Commissioner Tedesco attended a planning and zoning symposium or luncheon or something like that.
Yes.
So if you all could just let us know anything that you learned from that.
A former professor of mine is now a planning and zoning commissioner. Pretty cool.
I'll report a little bit for both of us. It was a lovely evening at the AquaTurf in a room that surprisingly in my entire life I've never been in. We got to meet a lot of other commissioners from throughout the state. That's what the conference was. And it was to go over the current legislative agenda. And I have to give our commission, and more specifically Mary Ellen and her team, a little bit more credit because it was everything we've already gone over and or voted on or made decisions on here. So it was a lovely evening of getting to know fellow commissioners, highlighting things that we were able to re-highlight. And that's pretty much it, Mr. Chair. It was a good evening. I'm glad we went.
Well, again, thank you both for attending that and representing our town. I was happy that both of you could make it. Any other, Peter?
Yes, so regulation subcommittee. So as we said last time, the town council approved the consultant to redo our regulations, and so the consultant has asked for a meeting with the full commission for commissioners to weigh in on what they'd like to see them do. So it could be anything from look and feel to particular regulations that you think need a look for or that kind of thing. But anything is on the table, such as if there are websites you particularly like about how to find information or scroll or features you're looking for, things like that, please bring that forward. He wants to be sure everybody gets a say in it for that, as well as, cross-referencing. I know a lot of times regulations are said in one place versus another, and it's like, how do I keep this straight and all that kind of thing. So it's both from a print standpoint as well as online, and everything's on the table. So things may indeed get renumbered if we wanted to. So there's nothing that, can't be looked upon. So I believe he wants to finish up, and we agree with the affordable housing stuff first. And then I think he's going to come before us sometime beginning of May. So you have the rest of the month to kind of think about it. He'll come before us, and we could weigh in on what we'd like to see them do. And once that happens, my subcommittee will take over and kind of direct him, and then we'll come back to the full commission when we see what we got. So,
Okay.
positive stuff.
Good. Thanks, Peter.
Yep.
Anyone else? Nothing? Okay. Before we start the next part of the meeting, I'm just going to read a blurb on rules and guidelines for tonight. Again, good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Southington Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Robert Hammersley. I'm the chair of the commission, and I want to take a few minutes to explain the meeting format. Aside from administrative items, tonight's meeting is comprised of two parts, the public hearing and the business meeting. During the public hearing, the applicant will present the application to us in detail, which will allow commission members and the public the opportunity to better understand what is being proposed. The commission members may ask questions during the presentation if needed. Then I will ask members of the public who support or oppose the application to speak. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized. Once you're recognized, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Please address all comments directly to the chair and not to the applicant or members of the public. Be advised that this is your opportunity to ask questions and make comments on the application, because once the public hearing is closed, no additional testimony from the public or the applicant will be permitted. It is important to maintain order and decorum at all times, as well as respect both for the applicant, for the commission members, as well as other members sitting in the audience or watching us on TV. After everyone has had a full opportunity to speak, all questions have been answered and all information has been received, the commission will decide whether it's appropriate to close the hearing. We will not consider voting on the application until the business meeting. During the second part of the meeting, we'll have our business meeting in which we will deliberate on the application submitted to the commission and decide how to act on them. The commission may approve the application as submitted, approve it with stipulations, conditions, or modifications, table the action for a future meeting, or in some cases deny the application. 4 affirmative votes of the commission are generally required to approve any application. If you have to leave the meeting before a decision is rendered, you may call the planning department tomorrow afternoon to get the results of tonight's meeting. And with that, we'll move on to our public hearing section. I'm going to ask for a modification of the agenda to take up items, our public hearing item 8D, Anthony Properties Realty, as our first item under the public hearing section. And just so everybody knows, following that, we're going to move to the business meeting on that same application to get that application processed and out of here. The applicant has some scheduling conflicts that I told them that I would be considerate to. This is their 3rd or 4th time in front of us, so I spoke to members of the commission and I didn't hear any objection from anybody. So if I can get a motion to modify the agenda to take up those items.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion for Commissioner Salka. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Volpe with a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? With that, we will take up item 8D, Anthony Properties Realty, Inc., Brian Shue, applicant, Gary B. O'Connor, Pullman & Conley LLC, agent, petition to enact a zoning regulation amendment of text to revise certain regulations in the MUT zone, section 4-06 of the zoning regulations. This is zone amendment 614. And with that, Mr. Attorney O'Connor, I turn it to you.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner and members of the commission. My name's Gary O'Connor. I'm with the law firm of Pullman & Conley, and I'm here on behalf of Anthony Properties. With me this evening is Brian Shue, who is the vice president of Anthony Properties, Ron Bomagen from Fuss & O'Neill, and Chris Russo from Pullman & Conley as well. We're here this evening in connection with our petition to make 4 changes to the zoning amendment of the Southington zoning regulations. And we've been here a couple times before, so I know you're pretty familiar with the property and the project in which these zone change requests are connected with. And trying to be mindful and respectful of your time, I'll go through this a little bit, but what I'd like to do is just introduce into the record copies of the previous presentations that go into what I will talk about in more detail, as well as the traffic letter from Fuss and O'Neill, which indicates that the proposed changes to the zoning regulations will in fact decrease the amount of traffic that could be generated from that site in comparison to any development as of right on the site right now. And the reason being that our proposed changes increase the residential to commercial, which is a less heavily trafficked use. So,
Why don't you give those to David over there, please?
copy of the traffic report, as well as copies of the 11/18/2022 presentation and the 2/1/2022 presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
The proposed site is located on the corner of Curtis and West Streets and is approximately 41 acres. And my client's project is the development of market rate residential units and some commercial units as well on the site. It's the site has a number of topographical challenges to it, primarily wetlands, steep elevation changes. So, it was very challenging to put the residential units in here. And it really made it just impalatable to create the type of marketing or commercial space that was, I think, originally envisioned under the MUT zone. For a lot of reasons that we discussed at previous meetings, the market is not there for commercial space, and for a number of reasons. Just on a macro basis, the demand is not there for certain types of retail and office space. And just more locally, because there is a plethora of commercial establishments, restaurants, offices, retail, within really a walking area of this site, the demand to have commercial space, inside an insular community is not there. So that is one of the primary reasons that we have requested these changes to the text regulations. And let me see if I can get, well, this is just another a picture of the proposed project. As you can see, it's this is going to be Class A market rental housing. Anthony Properties is known for developing these types of projects throughout the country. It includes many amenities that you see in a Class A community, clubhouse, doggy park, trails, and a whole host of other amenities. And we contemplate that there'd be 8 buildings with a total, and this depends on site constraints and wetlands issues, but up to a maximum of 264 units. And additional commercial space, which would be, if you look at this project, it's those pink or lavender buildings located on the corner of Curtis and West Street. So what we're looking for here are 4 changes to the zoning regulations. We're looking for, first of all, a change to the maximum stories regulation, which is currently 3, and we're looking for a change to increase it to 4 stories, and this would be consistent with the existing maximum stories requirement for commercial properties in the MUT zone. So it's nothing more than what is already allowed for commercial. And that's 4 stories. We're also looking for a maximum height change to 55 feet. And this, again, is similar to what the maximum height requirement is for commercial properties in the MUT zone. And just to make it consistent with that, especially in view of the fact that because of market demand and the topography of this property, having the residential units have this a greater flexibility in height makes sense. And as we talked to you before in previous meetings, having done a streetscape view of the project, very little is actually seen on West Street above the roadway, because most of these buildings are down significantly, except for the commercial buildings. They're down significantly in the property. So those are the first 2 text changes we're requesting. The third has to do with the residential building only footprint area to commercial or mixed-use building area footprint. It's currently 2 to 1, that ratio, and we're looking for an increase to 5 to 1. And we're doing that simply because, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that there is no market for these commercial establishments on the first floor of this insular community. And in fact, we also concluded that there's less traffic generated by having more residential and less commercial. And that seemed to us to be more appropriate for this area. And it truly made it a transition from commercial to the other residential zones. And that's we believe, the entire purpose of the MUT zone, to provide a rational and high-quality transition from the commercial areas on West Street into the other residential neighborhoods. And as you could see on the other slides, there is a tremendous amount of buffer around the site also. Anthony Properties, one thing that's really important to them is to create this, except for the commercial space, to create this kind of self-enclosed, high-end, residential community. And this site lends well to that because it's buffered in so many ways from other properties, just by the natural topography of the land. There's also a utility line on the other side that separates it from everything else. And, of course, you have the 2 streets that intersect. So it seems to be the perfect type of project for this transition zone. So the other and final zone change text amendment that we're looking for has to do with the a number of residential units per acre. And because of the really challenging topography here, and in order to do the type of community with a community clubhouse, amenities, and park, dog park, workout facilities, that you need to have a critical mass. And in order to do that, you need, close to 265 units for it to make sense. So what we're proposing is a small increase in the number of dwelling units per acre from 5 dwelling units per acre to 6.5 dwelling units per acre. So those are the zoning requests. What we've also done, though, and taken to heart some of the comments that you've made at your at our last meetings with you, as we've added an affordable housing component. Towns throughout the state are very aware of complying with the Section 8-30 affordable housing components. And so what we have done is we'll set aside by deed restriction 10% of the units in this project as affordable. And now, of course, affordable is still pretty significant. It really means that people with 80% of the medium income in the Southington area or the state, whichever is lesser, that those folks can rent apartments here annually for a cost that does not exceed 30% of their annual income. And the medium income in the Southington area is pretty high, so that it satisfies the state's requirement, makes these places a little more affordable for especially older adults who are looking to stay in Southington, but don't necessarily want to have a large home anymore. Simply some they can't afford it. Others who are snowbirds in Florida, but who still want to maintain their roots in Southington. It also, provides a need for a lot of young professionals that and young workers in general that just can't find housing in the area and want to stay in the area. And what's nice about the site is it's close to the intersection of West Street and 84. There's other, West Street is a major thoroughfare, so those that work in Bristol, they have easy access. I mean, one thing we have a number of business establishments in Southington and right over the border in Bristol, and it would be nice to keep them, those people and those taxpayers and those people that use restaurants and in the town as opposed to living, in Hartford or West Hartford or somewhere else. So we've added that affordable housing component. We've also added the requirement that any sewer or water line that is built in connection with any project in this zone would have to, the owner of the property would be responsible for the cost. I think that's the case with most projects, but this would codify that to ensure that those costs were assumed by the owner of the property. And finally, taking into consideration that there are only 2 MUT zones, but this one is particularly close to the intersection and the commercial area that abounds there. We wanted to take into consideration that this may be somewhat different from the other MUT zones. So the text changes that we are respectfully requesting, we've made them apply only to MUT zones that are at least partially located within 2,800 feet of the intersection of West Street and I-84 West. And that effectively would be the MUT zone closest to the intersection and the commercial buildings. And that's where the Anthony Properties project will be located. That's kind of a brief overview. I mean, we're certainly happy to go into the traffic analysis. I have Ron Beaumont here from Fuss & O'Neill. We did talk about at one of our last meetings how this project is, we believe, consistent with the Plan of Conservation Development and the Comprehensive Plan of Development, in that it provides for an additional diversity of multifamily housing to the Southington area, and meets the requirements of certain demographics in the town. The population has changed, and it certainly meets the needs of older adults, as I said, that want to stay in the area, and two, young people who are working people that are looking for, a quality place to live, close to their work, close to the highway, close to some commercial establishments and restaurants. So, finally, because this is located, the property is located near public water and sewer, and is adjacent to a major thoroughfare in town that can certainly handle this traffic, we think that's consistent with the Plan of Conservation and Development and the Comprehensive Plan of Development as well. And again, we'd be happy to answer any and all of your questions. We think that the 4 changes are really modest refinements of the existing MUT. We believe that they, because the markets evolve, they certainly, the regulations need to evolve too, and we think that what these regulations do is help really place the regulations in some consistency with the evolving market. So that's it for our presentation at this time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Attorney O'Connor. I have a couple quick questions. Just so I can get it on the record, you're not proposing to change any other part of the MUT zone, section 4-06?
No,
that's
just
in there to include high-quality construction material and design standards?
those are without question. I mean, if you look at what Anthony Properties does, that's all they do.
Okay, it is part of the MUT zone regulation. I just want to, I know you said it, I just want to get it on the record. Also, you acknowledge that this is one step, or an initial step in a process. To follow this will be a special permit application as well as a site plan review. Both are required as part of the MUT zone regulation as is currently structured right now, not affected by any of the changes that you propose.
Correct. There'll be a comprehensive site plan and review of whatever's proposed here. I'm sure we'll have to go to inland wetlands as well. And so, this is just the initial step in a fairly lengthy process.
And finally, the last question I have for now is, I'm just going to go back to our plan of or adopted plan of conservation and development. In my research, one of the things I found out was that the MUT zone and the POCD were adopted at the same exact meeting in March of 2016, I believe, or May of 2016. But simultaneously, literally 2 agenda items apart from each other. Our adopted plan of conservation and development reads in part with relative to West Street regulation or recommendations. And I'm just going to read it verbatim here. With the assistance of Malone and McBroom, Southington recently completed a land use study of the West Street corridor. The study is intended to foster economic development in the corridor while protecting quality of life, encouraging good design, and minimizing traffic impacts. I believe you address some of this in your presentation. Could you just address that specific, those specific things? Again, protecting quality of life, encouraging good design, and minimizing traffic impacts.
Yes, as I mentioned, it will take traffic first. I think that one of the very reasons we are here is we believe that changing the ratio to additional residential as opposed to commercial actually reduces the amount of traffic generated from the site. The zone change itself, I think, creates a better quality plan of development because it reduces the amount of commercial land congestion in the project and makes it a smoother transition from a commercial on West Street to the outlying neighborhoods in the area. And in terms of the quality of construction, one, I don't think any of the changes changes the requirements of the zoning regulations that a quality product is built. And the good news here is that you have a developer that has a reputation of doing these kind of Class A residential projects, and that's what's intended here because there is a market for it, and client is not from the Southington area and putting this up on a whim. It's a national company that does projects throughout this country and realizes that there was a real demand here for this kind of housing.
Okay. One final thought that I just thought of. On the piece of I think it's 41 acres that comprises this section or this part of the MUT zone, it looks like you're only developing what I'll call a small section of that. Some of that undeveloped land or proposed undeveloped land is really undevelopable, whether it has to do with power line egresses or wetlands, those types of things.
Right.
Is there any intention to develop any of that in the future should this be approved and we move forward with the development?
No, no. It just those wetlands constraints will make that impossible, and no one wants to have an apartment that's on the other side of the power line. The goal here is to create a quality insular community, and I suppose that Anthony Properties could have done something like that, but it would diminish the value of the project.
Okay. With that, I'll open up to any other commission members. Commissioner Woloski?
You're welcome. Yep.
You referenced a traffic study. You brought an expert here. I think it's appropriate we hear from him now.
Sure. Ron.
Good evening, Ron Bommingen, professional engineer with Fussin O'Neill. So the traffic study, I believe you handed it in one more time?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just give a quick summary of it. This was a preliminary traffic study based on what we're proposing to do versus what is actually allowed in the MUT zone today. It's not what is actually going to get built, but what we're asking for versus what is allowed in the MUT zone now. So we ran 3 scenarios because we don't know what the commercial is going to be. We know the number of units that we're proposing, so that traffic number is set. What varies is the commercial retail piece of this. So we ran 3 different scenarios in that. Chris, do we have that slide? The traffic slide?
If you want to keep talking.
So the 3 different scenarios that we ran, all 3 showed a decrease in the total traffic based on what we intend to do versus what is actually allowed in the MUT zone today. And that was basically just taking away that commercial piece. Yeah. Keep going down. Go to the summary table. There's the last one there. All right. We'll just go through one by one here. Back to scenario number 1, sorry. So in scenario number 1, again, we have allowed use is 208 units, okay? 7,500 square feet of service, high turnover restaurant. We're going to keep that consistent throughout each scenario because that is probably the most likely typical piece of commercial that you're going to have on the corner there. And then 30,066 square feet of medical office. That's scenario number 1. So we took those uses and applied them into what we're asking for based on the smaller commercial space reduction. And we have a savings of 92 trips per day based on those types of uses with the reduction in commercial and the increase in residential that we're asking for. Scenario number 2, again, 208 units in the MUT zone now. What we're asking for is the 271. So we have an increase in number of trips there, 7,500 square feet of that restaurant, so that's consistent with both scenarios, 140 trips per day there. And then what's changing here is instead of the 30,066 square feet of general office space, we're going to apply the 9,673 square feet of general office space. So again, a reduction of 23 trips per day based on that scenario. And then for the final scenario that we ran, we replaced the commercial with a strip plaza, retail basically, in both scenarios, and that resulted in 113 trips reduction based on what we're asking for the text change versus what's currently allowed in the MUT zone. Now, when we come back for special permit site plan approval, we're going to have a very detailed traffic study analyzing the intersections at Curtis and West, as well as most likely other area intersections as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You all set, Steve? Any other commissioner have any questions? Commissioner Clark?
Okay, so in scenario 2, that's essentially a 5% reduction.
Very small, yeah.
Okay. And in the calculations, was there any thought put into the strain on emergency personnel from in any of those scenarios?
No, this was strictly based on
Okay.
total number of trips per day.
Okay, thank you.
You all set, Jen? Any other questions? Commissioner Santiago?
You did indeed, though, make one more change, did you not, from the last time you were here? You did put in a provision about proximity to I-84.
Yes.
So because of that, because when we talked about it, and this is a record thing too, there's 2 MUT zones that are not connected to each other. So your current proposal would not apply to the MUT zone up the street, north of this one. It would only apply to this particular spot.
Correct. And we felt that because of the enhancement of the residential that may result from the changes in the text amendments, that was more appropriate for a zone that is located closer to the commercial area that's at the intersection of I-84 and West Street and proximate to the highway.
Right. So the, not in bold in your proposal, those scenarios would remain as such for the MUT zone up the street. These particular ones you propose would only be applied to this area here.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Peter. You all set?
Yep.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, Gary, anything else before we let the public come up?
No, just to follow up on the plan of conservation and development. I just wanted to recap that and explain that this project is absolutely consistent with it because it, as I said, it addresses the current and future housing needs of an aging population, as the proposed project allows for a lock and lease scenario for older adults. It offers new housing for younger and single people, young professionals that live and work in the Southington area. And it offers an additional high-quality housing option to residents. but at the same time, it is built with the set-aside for affordable housing so that it will help the town of Southington to continue to comply with Section 8-30G of the Connecticut regulations. And the language we used, we worked with the not only the town attorney, but with the Department of Housing to make sure that not only did we think it was consistent, but the State Department of Housing that oversees this believes it's consistent. So, you know, that's another, I think, added benefit and certainly makes it, I think, consistent with the Plan of Conservation Development. And the type of transition that we propose, I mean, certainly accommodates all those needs. It does create a mixed-use environment that's contemplated. And it really, because it's a high-quality project, it's insular and it's more residential-oriented. I think it enhances what an MUT zone should be and maintaining the quality of housing and the neighborhood. So we think for all those reasons that it certainly passes muster under the POCD and the Comprehensive Plan of Development. We'll adjourn and
Okay.
wait until the public asks.
Great. Thanks. And we'll give you a chance to come back up and answer any questions that members of the public might have or points that members of the public might have as well. With that, I'll invite any member of the public who's here tonight who would like to speak in favor of this application. Please come to the podium. Again, provide us with your name and address and share your thoughts with us. Thanks, Jim. One more time, any members of the public who'd like to speak in favor of this application? Any members of the public who'd like to speak in opposition to this application? Come on up. Again, just give us your name and address so we have it for the record and share your thoughts.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Slipsky, and I live at 80 Melcon Drive. And I'm in opposition. I did send a letter to the commission already about this opposition because, first of all, we have an issue with traffic now on Curtis and Lazy Lane and Melcon because the traffic cuts across, which is car and truck, and it's unsafe. There are narrow streets. There are no sidewalks. It's very dangerous, especially with the school buses and the trucks such as the HQ trucks that come through, which are using it for a truck route, which I have an issue with. And I have, last year, I presented a petition from the neighborhood, and I represented the neighborhood on Lazy Lane, Curtis Street, and Melcon about the traffic. We have a petition, and since last year, nothing has been done with it. It's a complaint, basically, and that hasn't been resolved. And if you have 200 apartments, and each apartment probably has 2 cars, maybe 3. Going out to Curtis Street, cutting across to go to either North Main Street on Curtis Street or Lazy Lane down that way to get to Route 10. So I don't feel that traffic is acceptable in our neighborhood. So.
Okay. Thanks, Ellen. Could I just ask you a question, Ellen?
Sure.
Under the current regulation, if this was not approved and the MUT zone remained as it's currently regulated right now, it does provide that there are no egresses on a state highway, which means that and no curb cuts from West Street, which means that all the traffic is either going to have to exit on Curtis Street or by accessory roadway down on skip.
Spring Street?
What Spring Street? Spring Street, thank you, Peter. So you're talking about an exit either on Curtis or on Spring Street. Now, to exit on Spring Street, as you may know, it was alluded to, there's a lot of wetlands out there. So cutting a roadway out along that pathway is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, just engineering-wise. Therefore, any of the traffic that we're talking about is still going to be exiting out on Curtis Street. And by virtue of the traffic study that was done, that was just presented, while it's not a big increase based on what the current regulation allows for, but the proposed change would offer a slight decrease. Does that affect your position on this? And if it doesn't, or even if it does, what would you propose we do with regards to the MUT regulation that's currently on the books?
Well, you're changing the zoning, spot zoning for this project. There's got to be something to do. I mean, I thought the state of Connecticut was looking at a traffic study even for West Street. You have Lovely going to have a development with another 34 houses, which is another, maybe 68 cars. If people have 2 or 3, maybe they have 3 cars. Then you have Curtis Street. We're going to build 6 more houses on that street. So you're going to have more traffic. And I don't think it's fair for us in our quality of life to go through all this traffic. It's ridiculous. You can't walk. I walk every day. And if you have 2 cars, and they have to stop to let the other one go because I'm walking. Otherwise, I have to jump on the side of the neighbor's lawn. So there's got to be an engineering look at these streets to see what can be done. Because even with the industrial zones, that's one of our problems. When that was put in, they didn't take the residents under consideration with the traffic. I went through the meeting minutes and listened to the videos, and traffic was not really addressed thoroughly. And that's where we're upset, because we have to deal with all these trucks going to the recycling center, landscaping trucks with big trailers in the back for their debris, and the cars. And there's speeding issues, which the police were supposed to do some type of traffic study, and they were supposed to go to engineering, and nothing's been done.
Yeah. Well, I'll just speak for myself, and I think other members of the commission were here when this happened as well. But I was part of the group up here with others who proposed moving that West Street corridor study forward, which is now underway, and I think we expect having some draft report back to us sometime later this year. And that was commissioned by the town council as well. So that is currently happening right now. Mm-hmm. But again, I go back to what I said earlier. Under the current zone regulation, somebody can come in here at the back end of this, if this is denied, and apply for an application that's going to pop what you saw up there, 208 apartment-style houses, units, as well as, another, roughly about 20,000 square feet of businesses that are going to be in there. And the traffic study estimates that under any of the 3 scenarios that were presented, that would result in an increase of traffic. So if we have an opportunity to decrease traffic, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I understand exactly what you're saying. I've been adamant about sidewalks, especially on West Street. The record shows that I've been adamant. This commission has been adamant about making sure that sidewalks occur on there. The MUT zone speaks to sidewalks being a part of the site plan process. So, we may have an opportunity to address some of those things that you speak about. But again, somebody can come in here tomorrow and propose 208 units consistent with the current regulation, and essentially we would have to approve it just because it meets the regulation as it's written and as it was approved back in 2016, which, according to the traffic study done by a professional engineer, a certified licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, that would result in increased traffic. So I'm just asking, are you in favor of that, or are you not in favor of that?
No, I would rather have the town buy that land for open space. If they can spend $5 million on a golf course, they can spend $2 million on that. All the wildlife there, people don't realize that. I mean, I know you have to build in areas, but you have to think about the wildlife too in there. They have no voice. Nobody cares. They just build, and the animals can go everywhere. We had bears and everything else that come in our area.
Okay.
So I'm not happy about it. So.
Okay. Well, I don't know if any other members of the commission have any questions for you, Alan. I appreciate you coming out again. I appreciate you taking your time. We received your correspondence. That was provided to everybody. It's in the record. I appreciate your passion for this, and it certainly is something that I'm sure everybody up here, myself included, will take into consideration as we act on this application. So thank you again.
Yeah, and I hope you act on this other petition that's been sitting for 6 months. So, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any other members of the public who'd like to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, seeing none. Again, we give the applicant the last chance to come in and present their closing argument, so if they want to take it, they don't have to, but Gary, it's your choice. You're good? Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. And as I said earlier, we're going to move into item 9D. As the motion was made to take up Anthony Properties Realty Incorporated, Brian Shu, applicant, Gary B. O'Connor, Pullman and Connolly LLC, agent, petition to enact a zoning regulation amendment of text to revise certain regulations in the Butt Zone, section 4-06 of the zoning regulations. This is zone amendment 614. Before we get a motion, why don't we just open it up to members of the commission for discussion? Commissioner Wolowski, why don't you lead us off?
I'd like to thank you for your presentation. I'd like to point out a couple of items. You know, having just gone through an affordable housing study here in town, you know, the fact that you've included affordable housing units, I think is a benefit to us as a commission and the town as a whole. You know, the diversity of housing that you're proposing is, I believe, fills a niche that we don't currently have. You know, you're addressing the needs of potentially young professionals as well as people transitioning out of their homes. You know, our youth is moving to other communities because this type of, you know, higher end unit doesn't exist per se here in Southington. And I think you've done a good job of addressing that, you know, as well as providing flexible options for seniors, whether it's a transition or, you know, people are selling their homes. It gives them the opportunity to stay here in town while, you know, possibly making arrangements to leave the state or not. So, you know, I think that, you know, of some of the, what I'd like to say, I guess, is that not knowing what potentially could happen, I like the way you've approached what you're proposing. So thank you.
Bill Setsky?
Yes.
Commissioner Salka?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like just to echo what Commissioner Wolowski just said concerning the type of housing and the need here in Southington. I honestly believe this is something that would be a real benefit to Southington, especially for those elderly that we'd like to keep in town that may want to sell their houses but move into a high-end type of a rental unit. The thing with regards to traffic, whatever goes in there, especially as you pointed out, I think I had 6, it was in June 6th of 14, you said 16, I'm not sure. But the bottom line is that the mute zone is, I think, 7 or 8 years old at this point. And the type of transition that we're talking about from Curtis Street south, that reminds me almost of Queen Street. I don't want to project that going from Curtis Street north of similar to the same thing. I think this kind of housing is absolutely essential for Southington. It doesn't take up a lot of land. From the comment that was made concerning open space, typically open space, the way the town approaches open space, if someone comes to the town and offers them a piece of property at let's say, the assessed value, we would absolutely look at it. We may have looked at this property, I don't know, but it's very difficult when you have a commercial company that wants to buy this property. They typically can outbid the town, even though we absolutely go after open space, as Dave can attest to. I don't believe this was offered up to us and something that the town really could afford. With regards to whether I said this or not, that if we go with the existing configuration that's in the mute zone of 2-to-1, that could actually mean more trucks, because it would be more commercial, which requires trucks for delivery. So that could be more trucks versus cars at a 6-to-5 or 5-to-1 ratio. So in that sense, I believe that the traffic study is accurate. So with all that said, I just think that this type of housing is critical for the growth of Southington.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bob. Any other comments from members of the commission? Christina?
I'm having a hard time with this one. Because we always talk about not wanting to create another Queen Street, right? And when, they have come before us several times, we have seen this, and we don't have a site plan in front of us, but it sounds like their intention is positive when it comes to keeping that traffic on Curtis, trying to minimize, right, which will have a more appropriate traffic study, I think, in just a couple months. So when we talk about not creating another Queen Street, and I see residential properties going here, right, that are mixed, right, so they fit in with the development that's already there, I have a hard time. What I am struggling with, if my fellow commissioners can help me, is why aren't we extending that 1 mile off of 84? It's 2 miles. There was a slide, and it was like, here's 1 mile, and then it was like, here's 2 miles, and we're at the other MUT zone. So I guess why are we going to divorce the two? That's what I'm struggling with at this point.
That's not a decision of the commission, that's a decision of the applicant.
Yes,
And,
no, I know.
it's their prerogative to extend it as far or as short as they want to. It's their language.
No, I understand that, but what is the feeling of my fellow commissioners about that language, I guess, is the question I'm asking.
Well, sure. Commissioner Santiago, go ahead.
I believe,
Okay.
and I'm speculating, A, the applicant doesn't own the MUT zone up the road. They only own the MUT zone in question. So anything that applies here, we question them a lot about what you do here also has to apply up there. And the construction of what they want there may not apply, because we question them pretty hard about, may not be applicable up the road. So, and they don't own it. So I believe what they did was, for what they own,
Yeah.
create this so that it's 1 mile from here up there. So I believe because of, A, they don't own it, and it may not be applicable to that section of the MUT zone, just make it applicable to this particular section. So they put that restriction on it to just apply to that.
Yeah, I think it's.
I think that's
for
it.
itself.
I think that's it.
Is there a difference though between changing and stipulating that they change this to recommend that just 2 mile, because then it will extend to that other one. I don't know. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding, and that's where this is always a very helpful portion of the meeting because I want to ensure if we make this decision that it's positive for both.
Yeah, I think it's their prerogative, and I think that they made a couple changes based on comments and conversations that we had prior to tonight. And I think that may, again, speculating, that may be one of them.
Okay.
But again, it's speculation, and it's their prerogative to offer whatever language they want to offer.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, anything else, Christina?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Any other members of the commission who'd like to speak on this? Commissioner Tedesco.
My concern is the repeated mention of seniors being the target audience and the affordability for seniors of an upscale housing development. I've said it again and again, 38% of renters in this town are already cost burdened, meaning more than 30% of their income is spent on their housing. I have a hard time seeing as workers are leaving ESPN, they're hiring less, people are being laid off. There was just a big layoff within the last 3 years, I believe. I have a hard I just don't see the need for something like this, but it's going to be developed regardless. I think you guys have put together a lovely looking proposal in terms of the property, the site plan that you guys, and I think you're great developers, but I look at the town of Southington, and I look at the needs, and coming up with a reason for something like this it's difficult for me.
Okay. Thanks, Nick. Any other comments from a member of the commission before we get a motion? So Caleb and Tessa, once a motion's on the floor, as you know, your opportunities are gone, so I don't know if, I don't want to put you on the spot either, by the way, but I just want to see if there's any other comments from members of the commission before I ask for a motion on this.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that a lot of my concerns were brought up by our fellow commissioners, and I just, I think that it was, like Nick said, a thorough application. I did have some concerns about how they presented the original MUT zone and the sub-MUT zone. It seemed a very spotty kind of a thing, but I do appreciate it. Thank you, and I do appreciate the inclusion of the additional affordable housing. That was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, we approve ZA 614.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Woloski with a second. Any further conversation or comments from members of the commission? I'll offer mine up then, thanks. So just sort of a history on the MUT zone, which we're not here to really debate. That happened previously, and the date on it was May 17th, 2026, or 2016 was the date that it was actually adopted. And special meeting in a lot of different ways, right? It was the meeting that the Plan of Conservation and Development that Commissioner Clark worked so tirelessly on, and to her credit and to our credit as a town, we're appreciative of that, but that was approved that evening. It also was my third meeting as an alternate at the time, so I sat there, but actually I wasn't at that meeting. They had a quorum and I had other family obligations. Anyways, I think it's good to look at the history of what this property was. This property was, prior to being a MUT zone, was zoned as an I-2 zone. That's an industrial 2 zone. That is the most permissive zone that we have in town. That allows for things such as trucking terminals, storage, repair, and construction equipment, the storage of construction equipment, hotels, and by special permit, it allows for manufacturing businesses, to including those that use hammer mills, ball mills, rolling mills, drop forges in any industrial process. So you're talking about a very loud, potentially a very loud piece of business going on there. On May 17th, after several hearings and after a proposal that was put together by a subcommittee, the vote was held. It was a unanimous vote to adopt the area as a MUT zone. The purpose that was stated and is stated in the regulation is to accommodate mixed-use buildings of non-residential uses on the ground floor and residential uses above. Encourage development that exhibits the physical design characteristics of pedestrian-oriented, storefront-style development with direct linkage to supporting residential uses. Promote the health and well-being of residents by encouraging physical activity and greater social interaction targeted toward young professionals. It allows for development flexibility. In fact, under 4-06-6, part of which the applicant is proposing to develop, it states that development may yield to be concentrated to achieve a cohesive mixed-use development. And again, per the regulation, encourage creativity in the establishment of a wide variety of land uses, including businesses, office businesses, and providing for accessory compatible housing diversity in a pedestrian-friendly environment. So the question becomes, I feel, for me anyways, and the commission as a whole, do we think that this application hits each one of those marks? I do, for one. I think that the other question becomes, and the other sort of thing that I've struggled with, whether this is the best use for the property for the town of Southington, considering what could go there now, is the ratio of residential to business. And I think that our plan of conservation and development, I also believe that our regulations to some extent are not meant to be black and white. I think that there's gray areas there, and I think that we need to sort of weigh those gray areas when we're considering any application, including this one. So does a 5-to-1 or 6.5-to-1, is it better than a 2-to-1? We have a traffic study that says that based on this scenario, we're looking at less traffic being generated should this be approved. Let's look at retail sales, because that's what we're talking about when they say that commercial use has changed over the last couple years. In 2016, U.S. Census Bureau reported that online commercial retail sales accounted for $394.9 billion in U.S. sales, right? In 2021, the Census Bureau reported that that number jumped to 870.8 billion. That's an increase of 475.9 billion, or 120.5%. If you look at that on a chart, you will see a steep incline of retail sales being moved to online businesses. I, for one, I feel it in my house. COVID certainly had an effect on that, but I think that overall, the reality is this. As a percentage, total retail sales over the last decade, e-commerce accounted for 8% of total retail sales. Today, that accounts for 20% of overall retail sales. That's a staggering increase. That increase is only going to increase more. That means that when someone suggests that there's not an appetite for commercial brick and mortars, that's backed up by the data that's put together by the Census Bureau, which businesses all take a survey on. I know as someone who runs a business that I recently had to do that for my business. So with that as our background, I'll ask David to call a roll call on this, please.
Commissioner Tedesco?
No.
Commissioner Volpe?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
No.
Commissioner Wolowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
No.
Vice Chair Salka?
Yes.
And Chair Hammersley.
Hammersley's a yes. Motion passes 4-3. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you back here sometime soon. Moving back to the public hearing portion of the agenda, item 8B, Alfonso Fregola, petition to change a zone district boundary from WSB, or West Street Business Zone.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jump back.
I apologize. Sorry, Steve.
It's all right.
Item 8A, AA Denorfia Building and Development, thank you, LLC, petition to change a zoning district boundary from R40 to an art zone property located at 570 Meriden Waterbury Turnpike, owned by Cecilia Decor. Public hearing was continued from March 15th. Steve, anything new to add? You don't need to rehash what you went through last time. It's all
I
on
want
the
to
record.
rehash, for the record, Stephen Judas with the Office of Harry Colenson, 876 South Main Street in Plantsville. I'm here tonight on behalf of AA Denorfia Building Development LLC. Tony and Andy Denorfia are here with me as well. No, I don't have a lot of new things to add. I did want to point out a couple just quick things. I talked to Mary Ellen, and she had asked about. I'm going to struggle with this again. How's this? All right. I have to almost kiss this thing in order to get it to work. I just wanted to point out we do have some visitor parking spaces as part of this application that I didn't identify at the previous meeting. So we do have 4 spaces here. We have another 4 spaces at this location, and more additional spaces over in this location. So we do propose 12 visitor spaces for the site. But I also want to point out that we have a 2-car garage on each unit and a driveway that accommodate at least 2 additional cars. So each unit really has about, room for guests and visitors, and there's additional visitor spaces. And Mr. Denorfia also had dropped off some supporting documentation regarding the traffic that he had presented the numbers to Mary Ellen as well, just to back up that data. So I don't want to get back into it. I just wanted to point out, we are going above and beyond with our green space as to what's required and what's proposed. We do believe that this provides an excellent transition from the development to our east and the developments to our west. We talked about Blatchley and Kiefer are 2.3 units per acre, and Hillcrest is 3.8 units per acre. We're proposing 3.1 units per acre. 2.3 acres of green space, protected green space, is only 1.56 is required. Proposals for 24 units. I don't know if there's any questions for me before you close the public hearing. I just want to make sure I've dotted the I's and crossed the T's for you, and I haven't left anything on the table.
Commissioner Santiago has a question.
So first, I'd like to thank the commission because I'm the one who asked for a continuance. So I appreciate your your indulgence with me. And so I did spend a little time up there to go see the site, and I'm glad I did because it changed my mind. And I think you're right.
I don't hear that very often, so.
From
thank
me,
you.
I know you don't. There's no doubt in my mind that if a regular subdivision would be put there, all those trees would be stripped. There's no doubt in my mind. Because there's not a lot of space there. I mean, when you stand there and look, there's not a lot of space there.
Right.
And lots would indeed, that's what would happen. And I took also Mr. D'Onofrio's comments to heart as well, because it's not just the square footage, it is the footprint of the home. And if I was sitting on Blatchley, either on Mary Ellen's or poor Mrs. Robinson, who I've known for 50 years, her neighbor, was to sit in her backyard, you'd be looking at the 2-story big thing back of their neighborhood, and you'd have to put up a fence because all those trees would be down. But at least here, environmentally, there's a better opportunity to preserve what's there and actually add to it. So I think that is actually in a smaller footprint of home versus bigger things. So when you stand there and you look up and try to imagine both, could I imagine all those trees stripped and some big houses in there? Yep, sure could. Versus what you're proposing here and maintain the environmental aspect of it. So I think you're right in everything you said. But the big thing here is the drainage.
Right.
I mean, you stand there. I mean, that is a funnel. That's shaped like a funnel. And you can't have appreciation for the pipe that's in her backyard until you stand there and look at it. It's like, oh my God. I mean, I wouldn't live with that. You know, not to mention, I think on Blatchley, the town put in there's another drainage that got put there on the street because the water kept going over the street and all that kind of thing. So I think you said last time, Steve, when you kind of mentioned Tony Tranquilla, which was leave it better than you found it.
Right.
If you guys can resolve the drainage, because I think you have to, you're going to build anything else, whoever you put there, going to have a river in their basement every time it rains. So regardless of what's put there, you got to fix the drainage. Else, I mean, it looks like a dry riverbed over there. I mean, it's crazy.
It's a gully is the technical term.
Yeah, I mean, it looks terrible. So you say gully, I say dry river. It looks like you're being kind.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if the drainage issue can be resolved and keeping the environmentalness of keeping and preserving nature and preserving all that, that kind of won me over versus at first I was like, well, it's zoned R40, put up 8 to 10 houses, have a nice day, don't go change it. Then I tried to picture what that would look like. This is a better option. And I think, like you said, the size of the home that you're putting here fits better with the surrounding neighborhood than a big footprint homes that actually would be, and I think you mentioned it, would be out of place there.
Right. I just want to, again, mention that the green space per your regulation is deed restricted. It has to stay. So what we're proposing, and this will come back, if the commission were to approve this, we would come back for site plan, a special permit and site plan.
Right.
So this is our map that we're proposing, and this is our guide is what we would come back with. So those are important factors. The drainage is something we have to deal with, and we will, we will go above and beyond as D'Onofrio's always do.
Right.
And I know that there's been already some studies done out there by Kratzer and Jones has already looked at it for Mary Ellen. So
Yeah.
we'll work on that as well. So.
So I just wanted to, like you say, you're hearing from me all the time, but I appreciate the commission giving me some time, and I was glad I went and visited the site.
Yep, it's different when you get out there.
Yeah, thank you. That's all, Mr.
You're all set, Peter?
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Tedesco.
Hi again.
How you doing?
Nice to see you. I was wondering if you have any information on what the square footage of impervious surface would be in this proposed development versus an R40 zone development, or even a back of the napkin sort of calculation.
It's hard. It'd be hard for me to do that off the cuff, to be honest with you. I do have some. Per the regulation that we're proposing, they're allowed to go up to a 50% impervious on the site as a whole, and I believe that's consistent with your R40 regulation, but we're way under that, and I have the number here. I'm just trying to find it so I can speak intelligently. We're at 32%. So there's only about 2.5 acres of impervious surface. That would be the roadways, the driveways, and the buildings. Whereas it could be much more. When you get into R40, you'll have a lot of patios, bigger driveways, bigger house footprints, and things like that. So the numbers get excessive, but it's hard because a lot of those things happen after the fact. You know, we design for an assumption, but then once the people move in, their patios get bigger, their decks get bigger, their driveways get bigger, and so on. So it's difficult. But again, in this scenario, it's set. It doesn't change once this commission approves what we're proposing.
Right. I'd additionally like to ask, like, what would the impact of that impervious surface be, given the gully and the flooding issues in the neighboring properties, and what impacts could the neighbors of this property expect from this development?
We would propose to improve the drainage situation that's out there right now. Your regulations require us to do a zero increase in peak runoff, which means we have to look at the runoff that leaves this site prior to development, and whatever those rates of runoff are, we have to match those or reduce those post-development. So part of this site plan and special permit would include stormwater management report, detention basins. There'll be infiltration done on this site as well, which is something that the DEP also requires. There's going to be a lot of infiltration with roof leaders and things like that. So stormwater will be reduced.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to
get it on the record.
Yeah, have it be
I understand.
public. Yep.
It's always an important part of our job.
You all set, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the commission? Okay.
Thank
Steve,
you.
we're going to open it up to the public. You know the drill. Anyone here who would like to testify in favor of this application, please step forward.
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks. So please step forward and state your name and address and let us know your thoughts, please. LED lights.
Good evening, Mary Ellen Hobson, 113 Blatchley Avenue. Good evening, Chair Hammersley, Vice Commissioner Salka, Commissioners Jim Grappone, Dave LaValle, and I see our town council chairs in the audience tonight also. I spoke to you last time during the first public hearing about my concerns at the water at Blatchley Avenue and actually even Kiefer Road coming through that property. And I think people heard me. I really appreciate that. Thank you to people who came out and took a drive around, people who stopped and talked to me, and several of the other neighbors about that. I also spoke about some other concerns as a registered nurse who's concerned about public health and the environment and the air we breathe and things like that. I talked about the flora, the fauna, and old-growth trees. And I know people are going to say, oh, she's a tree hugger. Yeah, you're right. Okay, I've been doing it for years. I hug people. I care for them every day. I hug trees. And that's just a matter of fact. But I think with this, as Commissioner Santago just said, that this is the lesser of two evils. It's inevitable that this property, sadly, is going to be built upon. The northern end of that property is more meadowland, original meadowland, so there's far less old-growth hardwood trees. And actually, if you stand on Blatchley Avenue, I can look into the bathrooms up on Hillcrest. I'm not sure those people know that. If I took a scope, you could really see them. And from my bathroom window, I can look right now when there's not the trees grown in, which hopefully don't get removed. You can see in there. So maybe I'll get a little closer view to some of the healthcare status in some of those bathrooms and in newer facilities. So I think the arch proposal is the lesser of two evils. I just want to make a couple points. In the most recent issue of the National Wildlife magazine that came out April-May, there's an article, and I'm not going to read you the whole thing, that just talks about power plants like green plants, okay? And it talks about oaks, and it talks about lesser known and appreciated are plants that are nurture a number of different wildlife species and therefore the entire ecosystem. these are certain native plants, and there are actually not many of them. And one of them are oaks, okay, oak trees. And it says massive white oak trees are superstars among the keystone native plants. Oaks support and nurture 952 caterpillar species, more than any other tree in North America. So on parts of this property, there's a lot of old oaks, and if we can keep those, and Mr. D'Onofrio kind of said that he and his firm would do that, I think it's just really important. I have a part of that article that I can hand to Dave, and he can pass around. There's also another article I have just quickly that talks about how much oxygen does one tree produce. And here's some typical calculations. A mature leafy tree produces as much oxygen in a season as 10 people inhale each year. A single mature tree can absorb carbon dioxide at a rate of 48 pounds per year. And I won't go on. But trees are really, really important, not only for their cooling effect, for their leaves, for what they contribute to the environment, but for our health and stuff too. So every time one of my neighbors cuts down a tree, it kind of stabs me a little bit. And I'm really hoping that with the ARC, it's really going to protect some of that property that you talked about. So thank you for that, and I'll give you these articles in case anybody wants to look at it. And I'm happy to answer questions on that.
Thanks, Mary Ellen. If you could just give those to Dave, we'll get those in the record. Any questions for Mary Ellen?
Sounds like Steve has
Give
to
her a
put some
second to get back
darkening shades up. Part of the development.
Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen.
Part of the design.
Yeah, something.
Mary Ellen. Commissioner Volpe has a.
More of just a comment. Like, I really love that you brought that up because historically, Southington, while we are called South Farmington, at one point had so many oak trees in the state of Connecticut that they almost called the entire town Oakland, which is why we have Oakland Road here in town. So just a piece of historical information, we still have quite a few of these trees. They're very prominent, and they do provide a lot for us. So yes, for the
Thank
tree
you.
fact.
Thank you for recognizing
Love
that. Yep.
Thank you.
You all set?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else who'd like to testify in opposition, or I'm sorry, in favor of this application? We haven't gotten to the other part yet. Anyone who'd like to testify in opposition to this application? Step forward, give us your name and address. If you testified at the last meeting, that's all on the record, so.
Yes, I did. Mark Ellerman, 7 Old Oak Court.
Go ahead, Mark.
I just wanted a couple of questions. The last one I had asked, will this subdivision, because it's got 24 homes or more, require a secondary exit or not? And I couldn't find anything in the regs. I went through looking, but I couldn't find anything. But I couldn't find anything for Hillcrest requiring a second one, but it was required. So I'm just.
So I believe the regulation, and we went through this on a different application not too long ago, sets a threshold at 25 units or more.
Okay.
Any development that's 25 units or more requires a secondary means of egress. I believe that's correct. Dave?
That's what Mr. Chairman, that's what I remember from the last time
I
we
think that was only
addressed
an
it.
HUD zone. I don't know if that was total.
I think
Mr.
that's.
Chair. Is that total?
I think that's everywhere.
Is that- But
Anyways,
I don't think
to
there's
answer your question, no.
Okay.
At 24 units, it doesn't require another means of egress.
Doesn't require it, okay. And then I just also wanted to make sure that, I know that with 24 age-restricted, and then I think it was 3,
Affordable?
Affordable, thank you, yeah. That we took into account since it's all going to be privately owned, right? We take in all the costs, make sure everybody's aware of what those are. That means they got to have to do their own plowing, their own road maintenance of the pond that's going to be created, right? Those type of things, electricity, insurance, management for collecting the HOA dues and stuff, okay? So at Hillcrest Village, I kind of downsized what we're having to pay, okay? Now granted, we're 97 homes, all right? But we also have 97 people paying in, so that helps, right? So maintenance, which is, since they're gonna have their lawns mowed and the streets plowed for them privately, probably gonna run about $18,000 a year. Maintenance, the management for the whole thing, probably about $12,000 a year. Retention pond, you gotta get them inspected twice a year at $500, that's $1,000 a year. Electricity, $100 a month, $1,200 a year. Insurance, $1,200 a year. Road replacement, 20 years, probably about $400,000. That's $20,000 a year you gotta save. And pond, hopefully you don't ever have a problem, but 20 years, you're probably going to have something. $100,000 is a good fudge bed in there. That's $5,000 a year. So that's $58,400 a year. Divide that by 24 homes in 12 months. That's $203 a month, HOA fees each and every person has to pay. So if you got 3 HOD homes in there or 3 affordable housing ones in there, that counts towards that. So they got to come up with another $203 a month just to cover that. So I just want to make sure that went into everybody's calculations there, right? If you build more than 24, of course, then you got to go to the secondary exit. If you went to 36, it would drop it to $135 a month. So I just wanted to make sure that that was, you know, part of everybody's thinking. And the other question I had was, I see that in the requirements for an arch zone, that the setbacks are, the rear yard setback is 25 feet. Okay. So, but in Hillcrest, for the homes that are abutting them from Hillcrest Drive, their setback is 40 feet, as stipulated. How fair is that? Why would you allow 25 feet there and force the people that live on the other side 40 feet? When, you know, everybody internal to Hillcrest, it's a hybrid, it's 15 feet, right? If you're back to back in Hillcrest, it's 15 foot. If you're abutting against non-Hillcrest, it's 40 feet. You're going to give them 25 feet? I mean, how is that fair?
So I'll take a stab at the last 2 points you brought up, right? The Hillcrest development was not one that I participated in. I'm not sure that anybody sitting up here was a part of the commission at that time. It was a different application that came before the commission, I want to say probably at least 10 years ago or so. I'm not sure what went into that. This one is under our arch zone. What you see up there is a conceptual site plan. The applicant's required to provide that with an arch zone application, which is what is before us right now. It's not the site plan. That comes later on down the road. Understood. This is just an application to make that property an arch zone. Our arch zone sets aside 10% under regulation, sets aside 10% under affordable as defined under the Connecticut state statute. So if those other ancillary fees are considered as part of what is considered affordable, at the end of the day, they still have to account as affordable. They still have to go, whatever that 10%, at least 10%, still has to go to Southington's census of what we have for affordable housing. As you may know, we are currently in the midst of adopting an affordable housing plan. It's a lot of those special meetings that you heard earlier, that's what they were.
I've read it. It's coming along.
What we're trying to do is to make sure that we try to move that number forward. Right now, Southington is about 5.5%. We're subject to 830G, which is, I won't get into, but you want to hit the 10% in order to not be subject to 830G. So we're trying to get to that. At 10%, I think the calculation what actually has us staying steady in terms of our percentage of affordable housing, whereas when you don't have that 10%, you're actually starting to move backwards, which is something we want to avoid when possible. And I think that's one of the reasons why when the arch zone regulation was adopted, which is a floating zone, that it was adopted to have the 10% in there was to at least make sure that we didn't fall back, but also to afford some diversity within those developments. And the requirement, again, is tied to whatever the state statute defines as affordable.
Right. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for affordable housing. I was just saying that there's 3 homes there that got to come up with a...
Right, there's other things that are in there. It's not just the price of the unit, there's other things.
Right, that's all.
I don't know if the state statute accounts for that or not. I have no idea. It would seem to make sense that it would, but, you know, again, I'm talking about people up in Hartford and, you know,
it counts
politicians up there. I'm not so sure that...
Water, sewer, electricity.
That's a safe assumption.
So that was it.
Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Nick, Commissioner Tedesco.
Sorry.
Mark.
I just had one thing to add. I think the discussion about trees earlier is the reason for the setbacks, is like the idea of preserving the trees that are there behind the properties and also giving, you know, a little bit of a buffer between the other neighboring properties.
Right.
I think that might be part of the reason. I mean, the developer could obviously speak to that.
Right. I mean,
but
when I looked at the picture that they had down at Planning and Zoning, it had a dotted line, and I made the assumption that that was a 25-foot line. Maybe I'm wrong, but a couple of the houses actually came right up to that 25-foot line. So the house itself would be at 25 feet. It wouldn't be a deck or something like that, right? It's the actual house being at the 25 feet. And I just, in Hillcrest Village, those same people just on the other side of them are going to be sitting there saying, look, a guy's house is at 25 feet, but I can't put a deck on because I'll be at 30 feet, and my requirement is 40 feet. I can't even put a 10-foot deck on my house. I mean, this just isn't fair.
Certainly see the fairness part, though. I get what you're saying.
Okay. What's it, Mark? Thank you. Nick, you all set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay, thanks. Sir?
Good evening. My name is Derek Cole. I live at 89 Rui Lane. I'm a lifelong resident of the town of Southington, and I've resided at Rui Lane for about 20 years. I also have the benefit of being a licensed professional civil engineer. This is what I do for a living, land development, also transportation and infrastructure. So I'm somewhat informed on the process and the aspects you need to consider as a commission when you're vetting out an application like this. I should note I do not directly abut this site or the project. I'm a little bit a ways. I'm probably removed compared to some of my fellow neighbors over in Kiefer and Blatchley. I would probably be less impacted than many of the residents and neighbors. I do have significant concerns on this application for a zone change. I struggled. Am I against it? Am I for it? What is the better alternative for this particular project? And I put a lot of time vetting that through. What are the potential impacts? Safety, traffic, drainage, stormwater. Also looking at visual and quality of life impacts. And I'll get into some of those. At the end of the day, it was a hard decision. Where do I stand? Where I ended up is that I can't support this application due to the impacts, and I don't think it is the lesser of two evils. I think the traditional zoning or something with reduced density in terms of the number of units is the way to go on this particular project. And I'll talk about that a little bit further. So if you look at the adult restricted cluster housing, so this is a concept plan, and this is the tricky thing about zoning change. It's really not a fully vetted out plan. It's only a concept plan, and you maximize the development. So we have 7.76 acres. There's an additional 0.96 acres or so, 0.95 for the existing house. That leaves you with a density of 3.1 units per acre based upon the conceptual plan. You can't build that. Even if you reduce 4 or 5 homes in that southerly quadrant where that water course rips right down to Ms. Hobson's property, you're still left with maybe 19 or 20 homes. Still significant density. And what does density mean? Well, it means impacts to stormwater, not rate, but volume. It also means impacts as a result of traffic, and I'll address traffic a little bit. Certainly would love to review what their traffic study or assessment may say, but again, the increased density will likely yield more trips versus the traditional zoning. So if we look at the traditional zoning, R40, for this particular site, you probably could yield about 7 lots. And I have a little graphic I can call up as well to show this. Realistically, you probably only can get 5 lots because, again, that water course, you need your buffers, you need to convey that, protect it in its natural form. So, again, due to the impacts, I can't support this zone change. I also went back and looked at the Plan of Conservation of Development. What's the POCD say? One of the themes that really stands out and makes this a great community is that there's a whole section on protecting existing neighborhoods. It also talks about maintaining organizational pattern of densities in downtowns and reducing the density away from the town center. So downtown, Plantsville, and as you approach way south, and we're on the border of almost Cheshire here, the zoning gets much larger, right? R40. So that conflicts here as well. going to a tighter density. And I support elderly housing. My mother still lives in town. You know, she still stays in her home. I know we need options here, but not cramming, you know, more units into a smaller parcel than really needs to be. The POCD also talks about maintaining appropriate buffers. I think this all should be a consideration of transitions between zones. The green space as shown doesn't really cut it, in my opinion. Having moved in on a new development over in Rui that was a mature 100-foot oak trees, when you cut the homes down, you're left with a tall twig with a little sprout up top. There's no screening. I've had to plant trees over a period of years to build up and kind of supplement there. So I don't want to be under any false pretenses that leaving those trees is going to really screen and really have true green space. And again, we don't have the benefit of seeing what any type of screening or landscape plan is, but I don't believe that it will actually have an appropriate buffer. And again, if you looked at maybe 20 units versus 5 larger homes that are spread out, I think it's in the eye of the beholder. I would ask my fellow residents, Kiefer and Blatchley, our development is R40. Our homes are 2250 to 2600 square feet. They're not jammed up on the property lines. We're set back. There's good buffers. We protected the existing neighborhoods. Protect natural resources. You got that water course there. Got to protect it. We can engineer anything, and Mother Nature will often beat us out. So something you got to keep in mind, and some common sense beyond what the analysis says. Preserve open space. This is a unique corridor going up from the mountain, up by Meriden Avenue, down to the open space behind the church. We see fox, we see coyotes, bears, wild flocks of wild turkeys. More density in the cluster zone reduces the opportunity to connect some of the existing open space that remains out there. The other thing interesting in the POCD is that it talks about promoting diversity of housing. I support that in town, including elderly housing, but it should not conflict with the other important aspect, protecting existing neighborhoods. So I wanted to talk about the history of decisions by the Planning and Zoning Commission to support and protect the existing neighborhoods. Rui Lane, my subdivision, came in for a zone change over 20 years ago to R20. It was denied. Protected the existing neighborhoods. Spaced out more, bigger setbacks. Along comes the Hillcrest subdivision. The town, again, protected the existing neighborhoods. They approved an open space subdivision. Now, that was zoned 1 acre originally, too. Allowed it to go to open space subdivision. I think he came in with 32 homes. Through the site plan approval process, that whittled down to about 27. You're talking in that, 1 unit per acre density, similar to that R40. Approved it. Unfortunately, the developer comes back 6 months later with an affordable housing component. 240 units on 30 acres. Town, again, protected us. They denied the application. Town gets sued because of the affordable housing rules, and then gets ultimately approved. Now, thankfully, it got dropped down because of the market changes to 110 homes on 30 acres, right? That's a lot of density, and that's in that 3.8. So when you talk about this zone change, you're talking about 3 units per acre or more. It's up there, not down at the 1. It's 3 times the density. I've personally been impacted by the flooding that's been a result of that increased density. There's 5 homes that are upstream of me, and I don't even immediately abut Hillcrest. There's just too much density. Things that are man-made fail. Ask Dave LaValle how he came out and saved the day, puncturing some silt sacks and some catch basins that weren't properly maintained. My pool was like literally within a quarter inch of getting flooded out with sediment-laden water. And I'm still trying to resolve a claim with that developer. And I'm an engineer. I believe we can engineer a lot of things, but Mother Nature will prevail. A storm will come bigger than we designed to, and then the people that are downstream are going to be impacted. I'm not going to be impacted by this development from the stormwater perspective, but those on Blatchley Avenue probably will. So there's a lot around stormwater. The town's regulations restrict peak rate runoff. It's a theoretical calculation. It doesn't address volume of runoff, which is the total volume, pre versus post. Some advanced towns actually regulate stormwater volume beyond just the peak rate. I would be very concerned about the volume of water. I don't know that we need to infiltrate more water here because you got downstream properties with basements on Blatchley Avenue. It's a delicate balance. In general, increased density equals increased rate of volume of runoff, and you're going to have some impacts. So in terms of safety and traffic, it's interesting. I work for a fairly large firm. I'm not representing them here tonight. I'm representing myself. I went to one of my traffic engineers to talk about, well, what's the trip generation for adult housing versus, typical R40 subdivision? Well, the adult housing is actually less in terms of the trip generation. But when you go from 5 homes at a higher rate versus 20 homes at a reduced rate, the adult restricted cluster housing will generate more trips. So what does that mean? Is it an impact? You have Sultana Terrace, the proposed drive. You have Blatchley Avenue. You have the drive from Hillcrest. You have 4 intersections in close proximity to each other. And when you're trying to make a left-hand turn into one of these streets, and you get the car bypassing you on the right, and yes, there's just barely enough room to sneak by, it's very dangerous. And now with, if you're coming out of Sultana Terrace making a left, and you're trying to get in this development, there's going to be some restricted sight lines with the car that's waiting to make that left-hand turn. God forbid we have an accident on Meriden-Waterbury Turnpike. Speeds are probably 55 miles an hour for most cars there, probably 8 to 10 miles an hour above the posted speed limit. That's typical on most state highways and so forth. And with the adult housing, reaction times are much slower. It's proven. It's their reaction times. You need more sight distance. You need more time to make those maneuvering turns. So I'd be worried about traffic and safety from the development as well. So last aspect I would address is there are also visual impacts and environmental impacts associated with that increased density. I talked earlier about all the different habitat that we have. They're migrating along this I-691 corridor, either coming up from the mountain and down through these existing neighborhoods. And with that increased density, I think there is going to be an impact there. And specifically, that water course is so sensitive. And putting a basin right beside it is going to be very, very problematic. On the north end of the development, there's also probably another basin that they were proposing. And I'm not sure where that's discharging to. If it's discharging down to Blatchley, there's some type of small swale, probably in the 4th lot down from Meriden-Waterbury Turnpike. You again got a man-made structure that maybe was designed for something 50 years ago. It's going to be a problem. So, in summary, I would just say that the commission's got a hard decision. I would ask that you stand by the previous decisions to protect the existing neighborhoods, consider the impacts that this zone change will have, and don't approve the zone change. So appreciate that, and I don't know if you would like, I could show you a quick figure of what the R40 subdivision might look like.
It's up to you. I don't want to.
Okay.
I think we get your point, Mr. Cole.
Yep.
But any members of the commission have any question for Mr. Cole? I think we're all set.
Great.
Thanks for coming out
Thank
tonight.
you.
Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Let's not do that, please. Thank you. Any other members of the public who'd like to offer testimony in opposition to this application? Hearing none. As tradition, we give the applicant an opportunity to come up and address some of the things that were brought up. I have 3 things on my list, Steve. You may have more or less. Traffic, consistency with POCD, and drainage. So, fire away.
I think that it's easy for Mr. Cole to come up here and talk about what he thinks it's going to be.
Hey, Steve, let's keep comments
this up in my
addressed
mouth,
to
yeah.
the chair and not to members of the public, as I said earlier,
Exactly.
please.
Thank you. I think that we talked about traffic and our position on the traffic. And when we're dealing with traffic, it may be true that there may be more trips, but the important factor in traffic is the peak trips. And that's generally what you look at when you're designing a site like that. So there may be more trips because people 55 plus are home and they want to leave to go to the store or something like that, and they may come back. But generally, the peak traffic, the peak trips are what we typically look at, and I think that's what Mr. DeNorfio was talking about at the last hearing. As far as storm drainage, we know that this is a challenging site. Hillcrest was a challenging site as well. Originally, 28 units proposed. I think the commission cut it down, 24 or something like that. And now there's 100 houses there. So we're aware of what's happened there. We're aware of what's coming down the hill. We know that there's already been some studies done on Ms. Hobson's property by a very respected engineer in town. And we were going to address those issues. And, my office and the town of Southington staff kind of takes this seriously. That was the first thing that came up when we met with staff, was storm drainage and how we're going to manage it. And we would not come back to this commission with a site plan that we weren't fully comfortable was going to deal with those issues and not create any additional negative impacts to the abutting properties. What was the other? There was another thing.
Consistency with the plan of conservation and development.
Well, I think the whole point of this regulation that this commission adopted was to promote this type of development because it was consistent with the plan of development in town. We didn't propose this ARC zone. This ARC zone was something that this commission approved and has approved a couple of these developments in town already. So we think there is a need for this housing. We think it does meet with the POCD. I don't think it's I don't know. I don't think it's out of the ordinary of what we're proposing to do here. We truly think that what we're proposing is better than what the other options are out here. I don't know, Tony, do you have any comments on that, POCD?
Tony, if you could just start with your name and your address,
Sure.
please. Thanks.
Anthony DeNorfio, 133 Main Street, Southington, principal. When we get into the plan of development, we have to look at, again, the variety of factors. One is the consistency with the housing. Well, when you look at the housing that was developed in that area, unfortunately, Hillcrest was a product not of this Planning and Zoning Commission. Hillcrest was a product of the court system. So a lot of the regulations and a lot of the impacts and a lot of the setbacks and a lot of those things, those were set by an agreement with this commission to settle a lawsuit. So therefore, we're kind of stuck with what's there. And what's there is a development that is almost, 4 units an acre. The people live on 6,000 to 7,000 square foot lots. And obviously, as I mentioned last time, it doesn't matter if you live on a 6,000 square foot lot or on a 40,000 square foot lot. You're going to use that entire area. So to be consistent with the land, I think we addressed that last time, where we had the much higher density to the east and a little bit lower density to the west, and then we're sitting in the middle of that, which is a good transition. If that whole area were an R40 zone or developed as an R40 zone, which Blatchley in that area isn't, that's less than half an acre, then I might be able to see that argument, but I can't see it here. Again, we think that we're developing the housing opportunities because there's a need here. When you set up the criteria in these regulations, the first five criteria in the beginning of the regulations, this is one of those, and this is how we met them. So we think we met all of the criteria, whether it's the POCD, and this particular zone. When it comes to the engineering, yeah, we got to engineer it. I mean, that's a fact of life. I've been building in this town for 40 years. I don't think you've ever heard a complaint post-development of any one of my developments. So I'm not coming in from wherever and saying, this is, we're going to take care of this and then we're going to worry about it later. That's not our style. Myself, my sons who are in this business, we live in this town, we work in this town, our family, our kids, my grandchildren go to the school system, and we give back to the community tremendously. So it's not like we're a company that's going to be here and hit and run. And hopefully that's the reason why Ms. Hobson voiced her support of it, because it would have been very easy for her to turn around and say, you don't want it, especially because she's the one who's going to get most heavily impacted. So we hope that you approve it. If you don't approve it, then the chips will go where they go, and the property will get developed, whether it's by us or someone else. It will get developed because of the situation that the family is in. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Any questions for the applicant before we close the public hearing here? Seeing none, thank you. We're gonna close the public hearing at this time. We'll move on to item 8B. Alfonso Fregola, petition to change his own district boundary from WSB to an I-1. Property located at 1740 West Street, zone change 574. Sev, name, address, serial number. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. My name is Seb Bovino, planner of Kratzer Jones and Associates, representing the applicant. The map you see on the screen is the property map. This property is located at the corner of Welch Road and West Street. For orientation purposes, this is Welch Road. This is West Street. North is to the right. The property is it is currently served by public water and sewer, and it is zone WBZ, which is West Street Business Zone. The land area is 15.33 acres, bounded on the north side by I-1 zone, which is in this area here, this is I-1 zone. And on the west side, we have partial, some of this area is I-1 zone, and then there's 4 residential homes in this area, and it's zoned R40. To the south side, we have Welch Road, and that area is zoned R40. And then to the east, we have West Street, which is West Street Business Zone. The applicant owns the property at A65 West Queen Street, which is zone industrial. A65 West Queen Street is located in this corner here. West Queen Street runs perpendicular to West Street. There's a signal at this location. The property that the applicant has it is zone industrial 1. His current facility is 69,826 square feet. The facility is maxed out. He needs to expand his operation, and the only direction for his expansion is coming easterly from the current building, which is located in this corner. And one of the maps that was provided with the application shows the building at this location. The proposed addition, which is irrelevant to the zone change, but I'll mention it to you, it's about 30 to 40,000 square feet, will be attached to the current building. It will be one attachment to the building. It's not going to be a separate structure. So the proposal before you is the zone change the 6.41 acres along the westerly property line, about a 300-foot strip of land, which is 300 foot in parallel with a westerly property line, going from the north end of the property to Welch Road. The remaining portion of the property will remain West Street's business zone along West Street. The request, I submit that the request is not a spot zoning. It is an expansion of the existing zone. We believe that this change will not impair the safety, health, and welfare of the neighbors. Per section 14-03 of the zoning regulation, the property map with a 500-foot radius around the property with names and addresses of the owners was prepared and submitted with the application. Notification was sent to those owners in the 500-foot radius area. Proof of the mailing was submitted to staff. For your use, I'm going to pass some reduction of these, the zone change map that was submitted.
Thank you.
This is the golf course. That's what I thought.
Thank you.
You got enough?
Let's take it, well, he's saying the whole thing.
What that map shows, I highlighted the existing building in the northwest corner of the property, and basically shows you a similar arrangement, the 300-foot distance from the westerly boundary and the remaining property. Generally, it's a key map of that area. If you have any questions at this time, otherwise I'd be glad to answer.
Thanks. Have any questions from members of the commission? Commissioner Volpe?
Thank you for this, Ev. I really appreciate it. Would you mind just letting us know, you circled here the factory over there. What currently goes on at that factory, do you know?
They produce parts for performance cars. They do ball bearings and connectors and other things. So it's a high-quality factory operation.
And there, I see that there is some abutting residential properties there. Is there any indication of what the current kind of disturbances are to those residences because of that factory there?
This factory doesn't produce a lot of noise at all. And the factory is built in this corner, as you can see, and the back line of that factory is in this area here. Has been there for many years. I don't recall of any complaints unless the town has any complaints on file. There was a time, there was a discussion between the current property owner, the old property owner of this property was the Merrill family. They owned this property. And then Mr. Fregola had the factory at this location. There was a discussion about the boundary line. There was some buffer issues between the two, and that was resolved, if you recall. He ended up buying the property, so now the buffer is no longer an issue.
Well, that'll do it.
So is this going to be a continuation of that current business that is there, or
Yes,
is it a separate business?
the building is going to be attached, and it's going to be a continuation of that business.
Is there any indication that the level of disturbance that is already created by that factory there, will it be increased by this additional property based off of what you understand?
The addition proposed will be in this corner, will be away from this property here where the residential properties are 1, 2, 3, 4. The disturbance I was referring to was related to some buffer between this property and this property, not the neighbors to the south.
Yeah, I just meant like general noise
Yeah.
disturbances, yeah. Okay, that's it, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wolowski?
Do you have what you handed us the ability to put that on the screen? Because I've got it on my computer here.
Yeah, I was trying, but I couldn't seem to get it. Let me see if I can do. I thought I had it on first shot. No, I can't.
Is it on a USB, Seb?
Pardon?
Is it on a USB?
Yes, it is. It
Just
should
hit
be.
that little folder in the lower left-hand corner next to the E, all the way to the bottom. Hit cancel. We're trying, family, we're trying.
I know.
There's 4 homes impacted. It looks
Lower left.
Right?
That right where that little red dot is, you're gonna hit that.
Sev,
Here?
Sev, actually, if you go to page 2, I think you're gonna have it there.
This is the existing building.
Get out of this.
Hit cancel, hit cancel.
Right, that's the existing building.
I appreciate whoever's doing this little red.
And he's gonna come down this way.
cancel.
with the-
So, Steve,
Where is it?
Steve, why don't you proceed with your question?
Why won't it get up?
I'm hoping that if he has
This
this
is-
picture, he could show us the location of the proposed addition in proximity
There we go.
to what's here versus showing us a
Right.
blank page, which tells
Sev,
no one
Sev, just go down one page.
Yeah, just scroll down.
See.
Thank you, Tessa.
Oh,
Is that what you said?
No,
Yeah,
just,
this is
just
the
go
one
down
and the
one
same.
page.
That's just.
Only comes up.
yeah, hit the arrow test and just scroll the PDF down. I think it's on the second page.
Everybody's a backseat driver
Right
today.
here?
That works
Yep,
too.
down.
Yep.
That'll work.
Go down here, I think. I mine is a
Hit that sucker.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
now
there we
increase
go.
the size.
Okay.
That's it.
It's not.
Sorry about that. Here, we can increase it here maybe.
Yes.
Yep.
Or maybe here.
Oh,
Oops,
No.
it's too much.
I'm gonna send
that's
you to a
okay.
Microsoft
Okay, wait a minute.
training session, Sev.
Hold on.
I'll consider it an in-kind contribution.
Better.
There we go.
There we go.
put it in our
Okay.
budget.
Commissioner Wolowski, you got the
Okay,
floor. Go ahead.
So Seth, on the document you handed us, the existing building has a yellow circle, which this
Yeah,
one
I
doesn't.
marked it.
So
It's this building right here,
right there, so the addition would be
to the east.
towards West Street.
Yes.
That's what I think. And so the remaining portion that heads towards Welch Road would remain undisturbed.
The remaining portion is requested for zone change for future use.
For future use,
Yes.
abutting residential area.
Abuts from this point here next to the 4 residences here. But you know, the regulation requires buffers, you know. There's a I-1 zone all over town, and when we develop that in the future, we'll have to obey by the regulations.
So the proposed addition would be comparable to the existing building?
30,000 square feet. Starts here and will go easterly, a couple hundred feet this direction, and join back into the building. And the access will be from West Green Street.
I was going to ask that.
All right, thank you.
You all set, Steve? Okay, any other members of the commission? Commissioner Clark.
Can you talk about the buffer difference between I-1 zone versus the business zone?
The West Street Business Zone that's currently there. The industrial zone, I believe you can do a 20-foot buffer with plantings. I don't know what the West Street Business Zone requires. I don't know that,
Okay.
to tell you the truth.
I could fill you in.
Dave.
Mr. Chairman. So the West Street business is 50 foot with 40 feet of that 50 feet planted, and an industrial one is 35 foot full landscape.
Okay.
So it's 5 feet of difference of planting area,
Okay,
essentially.
thank you.
You all set, Chad? Any other questions for members of the commission? Seeing none, okay, so let's open it up to
Thank you.
public. If there's anyone here who'd like to testify in favor of this application, please step to the podium, give us your name and address, share your thoughts. One more time, anyone here to testify in favor of the application? Okay, Anyone here to testify in opposition to this application, please step forward and give us your name and address, please.
Yep.
Anyone, yep. Go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead, name and address, please.
Karen Gonzalez, 22 Cloverdale Road. I did receive one of those letters that you sent out for the 500-foot whatever. The main concern is, and you wouldn't know this from the map, this area that they're talking about is like up on a hill, and our houses are below it, and we all have wells and septic. And to change this, business would be one thing. We probably would still be here, but making it industrial is a whole different ballgame when we have wells. And I just want to know, because I didn't get any information from that presentation, has the health department looked at this? Has the water department looked at this as what the effect would be on the pre-existing neighborhood? We're very concerned about the health issues, number one, and how close this is going to be to our houses. Like, you know, I mean, right now we're looking out at a golf range. It's kind of a nice, you know, thing to be seeing, and now we're going to have this building there. But the main concern for myself is the water.
Okay.
And what this is going to do to it. And if the water department has been contacted, and if the health department has been brought in before any changes are made to the zoning.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll ask that question of the applicant. Legitimate issues, but let's have the applicant answer those after everyone has a chance to get up and talk.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for coming out. Anyone else who'd like to testify in opposition to this application?
Roger Lemire, 39 Cloverdale Road, which is in that horseshoe off of Welch. I'd be concerned also about if you make that whole block industrial, that whole strip, what would go in eventually behind that new building that they're going to be putting in there? It would be right in front of or in the back of that whole row of houses that's in there. So I'm not sure what kind of business would be going in there. I'm not sure what kind of buffer there would really be to those houses.
Okay.
You know?
Well, let's ask the applicant to address those concerns, Roger, and
Yes,
see what
that
they
would
say.
be great. And I'm really concerned about that, you know. And it also opens up that whole upper section, which is not industrial zoned right now, would most likely follow in short order, because if there's part of that whole thing is industrial, then that part up there is probably going to become industrial.
That's not
eventually.
part of this application.
No, I know it isn't, but it's just
the potential is always there.
it's just a concern. Yeah.
I appreciate you coming out tonight, Roger. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
All right. I live at 41 Westover Lane. I'm one of the 4 houses along Westover Lane. I've lived there for 62 years now.
Could you give us your name, please?
Bill Kozilski,
Okay, Bill, go ahead. Thank you.
and I'm opposed to anything being built behind my house, especially industry. I mean, you got the industry on West Queen. Keep it there. I think the town should have bought this and made it open space. And another thing, if you're going to build back there, our water supply for our septic, our wells, comes down off of that hill from West Street, goes underneath West Street, the water does. And I heard this from an old-time well driller, Dominic Arjula. Maybe you heard of him, maybe you didn't. Anyways, it will affect the wells probably if they break ground up there. And are they coming across behind the 4 residential homes? Or is it going up east, up the hill? Yeah, I can't comprehend that.
Okay. Well, again, we're just here to take input. If you have questions, which I think you brought up a couple things, We'll have the applicant address those once
I mean,
everyone's had a chance.
it's not going to increase the value of my home neither by putting industry behind a residential area.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. Anyone else who'd like to testify in opposition to the application?
Nick Barnick, 44 Cloverdale Road. I'm here just to echo basically what everybody else has said, but add a little more detail to it. What kind of chemicals and or metals are being used to produce the manufactured parts that this gentleman spoke of? What kind of medical and or chemical waste is produced from this manufacturing process? And is the town then ready to implement a plan and appropriate funds to pipe city water to the residents of Welch Road, Cloverdale Road, and Norwood Road, and Westover Road, as we are all well? Another concern I would think is I'm fairly new to that neighborhood, about 4 years now, and as that industrial property would grow, I would think I could safely assume that the homeowner turnover rate would grow substantially, as people would be kind of sick of looking at an industrial property like that. There's a lot of young families that have just moved to that neighborhood, plan on staying there for many years to come, if not decades. And if a industrial property is now put in place like that, I think you could say goodbye to them, and a lot of newer families would certainly not want to move to that property knowing that that's there. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Nick, for coming out. Let's hold back on the reactions, please. Sir, just name and address, please.
Michael Matthew. I live at 51 Westover, so I'm actually probably the person affected the most because I'm that corner property. I purchased it 6 months ago. The factory doesn't make terribly loud noises, but the actual people that and the commotion it produces, as it is, I think the factory is probably too close zoning-wise to my house. I'm not sure who approved that initially, but I forget what it is when I measured it, but it was no more than 45, or no less than 45 feet. No more. But yeah, it extremely close. And that was to my actual house, not the actual property line. From the line, it's probably about 20 feet. So I don't know if they were to go forward, as Bob had said, behind it, that would be right in our backyard. And again, it would negatively affect our wells, like they were saying. So at the time right now, we have no availability to have city sewer or water. So is this something that they would be willing to negotiate into some type of contract where they're going to pay for all of our city sewers and water? Because affecting that, not only if they put a parking lot or anything back there, it's going to affect the watershed that comes down. So now I'm not going to get as much water into my well, even if there was no chemicals from the factory. Just on top of that, there's also a lot of people that walk from that factory. I've never made any complaints about it. It's never been a huge issue to me because I'm not home that often, but there's people that actually come out of the factory and just kind of hang out in the back right on my property line. There's even been someone that put a hammock up, and so we have a fence, but we have two big dogs. I know that most of our neighbors have dogs, and the people just walk around. So increasing it in size now increases how many people are going to be in that factory that come outside that are literally right in our backyards, as well as the flow of traffic on West Street. I know this summer, I don't know if it was something wrong with the lights, but for some reason, West Street was backed up past Cumberland Farms. And we're not talking at rush hour during the day. We're talking at like 11 o'clock during the day. So now you're going to put even more people to work in that area, which I'm in favor of. Industry growing is great, but there's a whole road going down that way. Why would you put it into our backyard? It's just, like I said, I'm probably affected the most out of everybody. Knowing that, I probably would never purchase the house. It kind of stinks to move in, buy something at an upper market value, and then have a factory built in your backyard. It's just, it's not the best sight to see either. As it is, it's from here to the wall, and it's a concrete building. So now you're telling me I'm I'm going to be basically kitty cornered in. I'm going to be the courtyard of this factory. That's kind of crazy to me. So I'm just voicing my opinion. Again, I'm obviously opposed to it. I know my whole neighborhood is. I mean, half of them are here, so it's not just me, you know. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hey, hold on, folks. We're going to respect everybody, and that means that there's no clapping. If you're going to clap, I'm going to ask you to leave. This is decorum that we're instituting here. We do it all the time here, regardless of the application. Please withhold. Sir, before you get up for a second time, let's see if there's anyone else, a member of the public, who'd like to speak tonight. Sir, step up.
I actually wanted to hear from Michael, if he can come back when he
Oh, hold on.
Question for him?
Michael, can you come back up? One of our commissioners has a question for you. Sorry, sir, just give us a minute.
So you are, thank you for coming back. I appreciate it.
No
Thank
problem.
you, Mr. Chair, for allowing it. You are our guy right there.
Yes.
So you know more of the experiences. And you kind of did talk a little bit about noise and smells. Can you expand on what you were saying about what the noise is like from the current production? Do you notice any nuisance smells at the property line? I'm trying to get a more of an organic feel of what you're experiencing there, just so that we know what we could maybe project to be there in the future.
In terms of smells, I can't really say that I've smelled anything personally. I work a lot. I work during the factory hours typically, and I work double shifts. So typically I'm not there for those times. I know sometimes in the morning there's loud bangs. I mean, I know it's a ball bearing factory. I don't know much of what they produce other than that. Again, I'm not home, I don't think, during their factory operations. I don't believe they're a 24/7 factory. I'm not aware of their scheduling. I do know in the morning it does produce some noise. I would imagine as expansion occurs, it's going to produce more noise. That doesn't mean that what they produce right now doesn't do anything for that, but maybe the new part that they do produce is now going to produce noise or pollution, or, I mean, it depends on what their future plans are. Are they producing the same parts, or are they expanding to become a different type of industry?
So I think that those would be fair questions to ask the applicant if their hours would remain the same. If they weren't approved for this and they wanted to maintain their growing business there, would they have to expand their hours to be able to grow and add additional shifts to be able to do that? Then you might hear it at night if there's a thing there. So those are kind of the contextual things that, without your direct knowledge of it, we couldn't ask. So I really do appreciate you coming back.
No, I mean, that would be something they would have to answer. I mean, you would think if their business is growing, they're going to have to provide more time for employees to work. I mean, as well as now, that also doesn't really propose if they could turn that into a parking lot per se, and down the future have access to trucks coming in and out of there, which would obviously make it a much noisier situation. As it is, there's a buffer because of the actual factory there. Mm-hmm. But if they gain access to the back of this factory now with trucks, that makes a huge difference. So, yeah, I mean, they're pretty broad in saying what it actually is. They're saying it's going to go up towards West Street, but when you look at the actual, there's that dental health building, I don't see how there's really possible for that much expansion in between the two buildings.
So again, and I can hear the chair telegraphing. We're just looking at the zone.
No, I
change,
get
not
it.
the
I
site
get
plan.
it.
So
yes.
we want
in
to
terms
focus
of the
on that.
noise, it's moderate in the morning, and that's all I can testify to.
Okay.
I believe they only work a first shift. But again, that could always change, and with the business expanding, I'm sure it will.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate you coming back.
Thanks, Caleb. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Sayre. I reside at 11 Cloverdale Road. I also am concerned about drinking water there. as we own a daycare at our house, state licensed daycare. And what we're concerned with is, the contamination of the well water. As it is right now, we don't even drink our well water. We just wash with it, cook with it. I have Poland Spring water coming to my house once a month. So I don't trust our well water. We had it tested in the past. I know a long time ago the well got contaminated, and supposedly that cleared up. But I just don't trust anything being built, to furthermore contaminate our wells. That's pretty much my main concern. And as far as the noise level goes, my neighbor Mike was saying it. I don't really hear a lot of noise, but I do see people coming out of the factory every now and then. They're employees, and they do hang around near his property. So I could contest to that. But that's basically it. I submitted a letter today.
Okay.
I came here after work, and I submitted it to the lady downstairs.
Yep.
So if you guys can look at that.
They circulate those, Bruce, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We get all
So,
of those, so.
I mean, it's a long story. My wife wanted me to read up here tonight.
Thank you for not.
She's working tonight. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here. But I said, I'm not going to go up there and read that whole thing. It's like,
You tell your wife.
it's like a storybook, So, but the main thing is the water and stuff. And so,
Yeah, that's been brought up. I'm going to ask the applicant about that after everyone.
and I feel bad for like my neighbor Bill Kozilski, Mike, and another new neighbor on that line where the 4 houses are. And if they intend to build in the future, coming up that side like that, I wouldn't want that behind my house.
Okay.
So, that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Thanks for coming out. Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition to the application?
Hello, my name is Leo Rancourt. I'm at 75 Cloverdale Road. I've been there almost 50 years. I'm extremely opposed to the I-1 being zoned right behind all those residential houses. There's no reason for that at all. Water is really a concern. We've had water problems in the past where we were supplied with bottled water for several months. And I don't want to see that happen again. And now you're proposing to put more industrial installations there, which is going to cause more traffic on West Street, which is more than enough already. So I'm really opposed to this whole proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo. Thanks for coming out.
I'm Kelsey Doran. I live at 51 West Silver Lane with Mike. I'm home more often during the day, so factory doesn't give off that much noise, but there are occasional people that are out there by the fence, and they do kind of taunt the dogs, which creates noise because they bark because they're standing there. Also, privacy is one of my big questions. Like, if you're running another factory building right behind our backyard, where you're gonna put up like a fence or anything, because there's no trees there. There's a net and telephone poles that's hold up the net from the golf driving range. There's nothing there. You can see right into our house. You can see right into our bathroom. And same thing, I'm sure, same thing with like Bill. Like, they're right there. There's nothing there protecting us. There's no fence. There's nothing. So privacy is a big thing. Construction for the next 2 years is gonna create a lot of noise. It's a very quiet little neighborhood, and I think protecting that would be a good thing.
Okay. Thanks, Kelsey. Anyone else here to testify in opposition to the application? Come on up, ma'am.
Jen Gezick, 18 Norwood Drive. I'm the other side of the U on this neighborhood in discussion. fully agree with my neighbors. Concerned about the well, concerned about the noise, concerned about resale value. I'm a new homeowner in the past 4 years as well in the neighborhood. I would have questioned my purchase had I known the potential future development plans in discussion tonight. So certainly concerned with some of the additional future discussion, or I should say, development plans that were alluded to earlier as well. And I just wanted to represent the Norwood side of the neighborhood because it's not limited just to the two streets that have been predominantly discussed tonight. There are several houses on the Norwood Street that I think all share these same concerns.
Okay. Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, my name is Dave Bill. I live at 76 Cloverdale Road. I've been there for about 60 years. And my biggest concern is extending the zone change all the way to Welch Road. Now, if they do that, eventually there'll be more factories in that area that'll go behind the houses. My concern, one of my concerns is that if all the industry comes in all the way up to Welch Road, eventually they're going to put a driveway there. They're going to put a road. They're going to put a road off of Welch Road, and that's just what we need: more traffic on Welch Road. And to do that, I just can't understand why they would want to change the zone when all they want to do is expand up towards West Street. Why do they want to have the zone changed all the way down behind the homes, all the way to Welch Road? I can't understand that at all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Anyone else here to testify? All right. Why don't we try to start a line just to help?
No, seriously, if you want to.
The up and down.
Yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Deanna Gonzalez Viscuso. I live at 36 Westover Lane. I am diagonal to the current factory that is there. My main concern is, I echo mainly everything that my neighbors say. My other concern is we are new homeowners. We've been in the neighborhood about 3 years. Again, when we bought it because it was a residential neighborhood. We bought it for our growing family. My children play in the front yard. My children play in the street because it's quiet. The only people there are the people in the neighborhood. My biggest concern is if you make it industrial and they do build behind the houses, one, you have increased noise, you have increased traffic. If there's a road built onto Welch, the traffic on Welch, people already fly past the speed limit. Now you have increased traffic of people who would be going to work in factories and industries. My concern too is if these people miss the entrance to those factories, they have to turn around in RU, which creates more traffic on our street, which is potential hazard to my children. I'm also concerned about the water because we only use our well. We have no other supplies of water. We don't have public water. We don't have public sewer. So if something happens, that's a concern for us, and how are we supposed to provide for our children? I definitely oppose this, and I hope you take that into strong consideration when you make your determination on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Deanna. Deanna, question from Commissioner Santiago. Go ahead. Go, please.
So it's currently zoned West Street business, this whole area.
Yep.
Which means, because I think we've all it's not going to stay a driving range.
Yep. No, I understand that.
Which means this could be subdivided and all sorts of businesses put there. And because it's that way, it's an as of right. And as of right means we can't say no because you have a right, property order right. Would you rather have businesses of whatever sort they want there versus a factory? Because that's our question.
No, I understand
right?
the question.
Because this area is West Street business.
If the businesses were way off of West Street and the entrances are from that where it says remaining
I got it.
business, if the businesses were there and it's from West Street into the business, that's one thing. But now you have this whole industrial zone, which is behind houses. If that industrial zone was just you grow trees and you have that huge buffer between that and where that's one thing.
No,
I understand what you're saying.
I'm saying there's no buffer.
Mm-hmm.
It's businesses coming off of Welch Road behind the houses.
I would still be opposed to it.
But we couldn't say no to that.
Which I understand.
So-
I just think having those industries, like
Yeah.
a business which is making noise, which is having more people, potentially big trucks
Yep.
coming through the neighborhood, I'm opposed to that.
So a drive-through business,
A drive-through business off of West wouldn't have the same kind of impact.
off of
that-
Welch Road. So you'd be more inclined to say, because it's still in business right now.
Yep. No, I understand.
And so they could put, whoever the homeowner, the landowner, has the right to put businesses there. Subdivide to put business there. We can't say no to that because as of right.
Yep.
And like tomorrow they could go do that. So they could do that. So would that be more preferable?
With-
Because the idea of having nothing and trees and all that
Again,
is out
which I
the window.
understand. And a business is typically 9 to 5. You know,
Yeah.
the people come in,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
get what they want, and they leave.
Okay.
An industry, a factory, you have people there all day. It can be all night if it's a 24/7 industry, constantly working, constantly making noise, having trucks in and out all day, all night. I personally wouldn't want that. When we bought the house, we bought it because it was a residential neighborhood. The driving range was fine, you know. It was a simple little driving range. People went in, it closed at night, and it was fine.
It's almost like it's open space, right? I mean,
Correct.
we
And
all
it's
kind of
nice.
got used to a driving range there.
It's
and
nice and quiet,
and
like,
it's sad. It's because it's sad.
Yeah.
Because it's been kind of an institution of something for a while, right? It has.
Yep.
And it seems like the property owner doesn't have to keep it that way. And
No.
we can't say, that's the other thing, we can't say,
Which I
I'd
understand.
rather have this business than that. That's actually illegal. We can't do that.
Nope, I understand.
So it's,
It brings more people, and there are no buffers between the business and there's barely any trees. So we see the people walk. They can come out onto our street.
Got it.
They can. So that's what I'm opposed
just
to.
going to the difference between industry and business.
Nope, I understand.
That's the basis of the question. All right, I
understand.
get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deanna. Anyone else in opposition?
Hi, I'm Tricia Sedishal. I live at 133 Welch Road, right on Welch Road. So I have 2 kids, one little, one big. So the traffic, I echo everybody, all the neighbors here. And to kind of answer your question, I understand anything could be developed there. As long as you guys figure out what you're going to do with the water, the buffers, and all that, it's fine, as long as all that gets figured out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tricia. Anyone else here to testify in opposition to the application?
Linda Lemire, 39 Cloverdale Road. Just one question. Industry is one thing. Business is another, correct? The zoning? The zoning.
Yep.
As somebody who lives there, here you're going to hear the word again, the well water. Isn't it more dangerous because of what constitutes having industry there? Could be chemicals, could be things that would be dangerous that could leach into a well than a business. I mean, probably.
I have notes here, and that will be one of the first items that
All
I'll
right,
ask the
okay.
applicant to address, is the environmental concerns or potential environmental
Okay, thank you.
concerns from
Thank you.
any seepage or discharge.
Okay, thank you.
All right? Anyone else here like to offer public input at this time? Okay, I'll tell you what, it's 9:30, we've been going for about 2.5 hours. I have to take a biological break right now, so let's just take 5 minutes. At the conclusion of that, Sev, I have a list of items that I'd like you to respond to, so we'll come back and let the applicant respond to the items that were brought up. So 5 minutes from now, please.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
There's a mistake right there.
Just do that, have a nice day, and then stop. Why not?
what's the wetlands though? What's the wetlands on? He didn't, he had it on one of them. Wetlands. I wasn't sure where the wetlands was. Here, I can't remember.
Okay. I mean,
I thought
you know what
he
they're
was.
doing here. They're just setting it up.
I actually thought the wetlands was here.
I don't know what kind of accent, like, this is private.
Yeah, but even if that's wetlands, why can't he just go behind?
Well, I know.
That's all he has to do.
Well, the concern would be the property values. It's being industrial. What's that going to do?
No.
to those property values?
I'm saying draw the line here.
Yeah, I know.
That's it.
But his line, the way it is now, it's questionable.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to happen. I'd be ready to shoot him.
Yeah.
He's just setting that up to have another road, right, or another access off of
Yeah.
Bush Road, and who the hell knows what's going to go on.
But, I mean, part of it,
The other thing is with the WSB, is it's so much of a distance. So this would all be not really affecting these people. Would be coming off the west.
Right.
this is already this is zoned this all the way to that
Correct.
line.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's what he's saying.
So, I mean, they could do whatever they want right up to them.
Yeah, but that thing slopes down.
No,
90% of what they're doing is going to be up in this area.
I forget what the setbacks are on WSB, but the buffer would be created here so much from the.
And we can control that.
Yeah.
We can control that. Something like with Doug.
Yeah, I think the property values are a big thing.
Absolutely.
Coming out.
Everything. Yep. He may very well come in with that. He may very well come in with that.
We're not here to say a word.
Put your fist down there.
I know.
Christine came through for us. The place is like.
I know it.
So as soon as she said yes, you knew you had it. I don't know why I thought we needed
I asked a question.
No, it's 4-3. All we need is
Historically, pick up on the comments from the whole speech I gave.
You're gonna take the high ball?
11. I'm going with 11:20. I think so too.
What's your bet? You want
11,
it?
11 to 10.
This guy's got the cash though.
Yeah. Dave, yeah, he's a real troublemaker. I don't know. Not sure. I just found out like today that Dave was handling the meeting. Dave the troublemaker.
Oh, say night to the boys. Usually they're up later than me.
I actually just got it.
Bro?
9:38. 9:38.
Doing it in front of a room.
Feels like it.
Yeah. That's hardcore Pete.
Yeah, exactly.
No, they're usually
That's
just
sort of dedication.
YouTube or something in bed, you know.
They can do that. We can't say
Base said he won by 21 strokes today.
Oh my God.
He was playing some bad kid from Coventry or something. On 9 holes.
Oh my gosh.
How bad was that kid?
Great. What else is he? Golf.
Chimero basketball. He's really good at basketball.
Natives are getting restless.
Yeah, hit it.
He scored 3 points.
Okay, let's call the meeting back to order, please.
When it was kids versus adults. Vomited.
If folks can please
With what we're talking
take a seat.
Where are we here?
Why not?
Any conversations can be had outside in the hall, please.
He stopped. Alright, so it was
Mr. Bravino, where you at?
a response.
Sev.
Hit that button.
Sev.
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 Rendezvous.
Okay, so Sev, you heard the same testimony I heard. Let's go through these one at a time, shall we? You ready, Sev?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if,
All right, I'm going to move forward here. Any potential impact on septic systems? There was a number of residents who got up and spoke about the fear that there might be potential adverse effects on their septic system. So how do you address that?
yeah, I have a list, so I'll go over each one of them.
Sev, I'll just read off a list. Just respond, please.
Oh, okay, then I'll
Sorry,
follow you.
wells. Okay.
Your lead.
Sorry.
Subsystems, we're not impacting their subsystems. We are using our own
Speak into the
subsystem.
microphone, Sev, please.
It is pretty close.
Yep.
We're not impacting their subsystem. We are expanding our current operation and using the same subsystem that we have now. And if there's any expansion needed in our subsystem, we'll address it with the health department. And the subsystem is located on the north side of the current building, which is this building here. The subsystem is along the side here, next to the factory, which is at this location here. The residential area starts at this point here and goes south to Welch Road 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I would assume their subsystems are in the front of their property because the slopes tend to go east to west. I don't expect us affecting their subsystem. We have to address the runoff concern, which right now the property slopes from east to west, and there's a kind of a grass swale running along the westerly property line here, and we will have to take that drainage and continue to handle it and have the drainage be the same way as today. We have to meet the zoning regulation in terms of ZIRE, and we have to pipe it and create a detention area for the additional impervious area that we're creating. So the long answer is that we're not going to impact their septic system. If they have a water problem now, it will be there later, but we're not going to make it worse.
Okay, let's shift a little bit. Wells in the area, the residential area that abuts this property, any adverse impacts on the wells that are servicing those houses?
Okay, the wells, first of all, there's a lot of regulations that apply to industries nowadays in Connecticut and nationwide. So we'll have to obey by all the current regulations in terms of air, fluid, and solid waste that this factory may produce. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of oversight on their operation currently and future. As far as impacting their wells, I'd like to know what kind of pollution is affecting their wells currently, if any. Do they have wells that are polluted now and they're operating with pollution in their wells? We don't expect to create any pollution that's going to go in their wells. If there is any siltation, we will have to address it. As I said, we'll have the appropriate erosion controls during construction. But again, the construction is going to take place at this location here. Again, at the northeast corner, their properties are down here. Our activity is going to be relegated to this area here. And we are entering from West Queen Street to this area. The new building is not going to come all the way down to this corner. It's going to end probably halfway down this building. Starting here, go east, then down. There will not be any parking in the back of this building. There will be some overhead doors on the north side where the trucks can come in and then go out again. And the parking for the employees will be in the front of the building. So I don't expect any problems there.
Another issue that came up were environmental concerns. Any potential spillage or seeping from the factory? How do you plan on addressing that or preventing that from happening?
Well, there's, procedures that every factory has to follow. They have a plan in terms of if there's a spillage, how they have to react to that spillage. So they have spill kits on site. They have personnel trained to protect for that.
And who regulates that, Sev?
The state regulates it.
The Department of Environmental
Yep.
and Energy, I guess is what it's called now. Hours of operation, what are the hours of operation
The hours of
currently?
operation
What
will be
are
the
planned
same as
hours of-
today.
Let me finish the question, Seb, before you answer. What are the current hours of operation and what are the planned hours of operation if this were approved?
The hours of operation will not change, I'm told by the owner. But I can, if you're interested, we could table the application. I could get you more information on that. But what I'm told, there is no second shift. There's one shift, and that will continue to be.
So one shift traditionally is basically 9 to 5-ish, maybe
No,
8
the factory starts
8 to
early,
5
then,
or 8 to 6 or whatever it might be, but somewhere normal business hours, correct? Okay. Privacy issues were brought up by one household that sits on the corner there. How do you plan on ensuring that?
Privacy
they're,
issues.
Again, Seth, let me just finish. How do you plan on addressing any privacy concerns that they may have with this new development?
We have to obey by the regulations. There's a buffer requirement. That buffer will be provided. And as far as privacy, in terms of visibility, they have to realize that this is a West Street business zone, which multi-story buildings are allowed. You're going to have a 3-4-story building built in this area here right now. Someone can come and propose a multi-story building with related parking and traffic. This factory would be having a much lower traffic generation, and it will be coming from West Queen Street.
Okay. Finally, traffic and safety. I understand that as part of this piece of the application, you're not required to submit a traffic study. Under a site plan review, you are required, I believe, to submit a traffic study. But just sort of speak to that issue. One of the residents got up and spoke about potential vehicular traffic turning around in their neighborhood. Would the access be on Welch Road or would it be more on West?
No, that's why I keep on repeating it. This property abuts West Queen Street. That's the current operation. And they will expand their operation on the property next door, but their access will still be on West Queen Street, which is an industrial zone, and it has a signal at the intersection of West Queen and West Street.
Okay. Can I ask a question that popped up in my mind? The current structured building that's there right now, is that a non-conforming use?
No.
It isn't. So
It's an I-1 zone.
And the reason I ask is because, as you probably know, under our industrial zone I-1 regulations, the first piece talks about the manufacturer possessing an assembly of goods, blah, 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 by their nature of operation, do not produce objectionable noise, glare, air pollution, fire hazard, or safety hazard. So if this were to go forward, of course, you're going to conform to that.
Yes, you have to conform.
And you're
to
currently conforming to that regulation as well, if it's a conforming use, correct?
Yes, it is a conforming use, and it will conform. It will have to, because the zoning regulation lists what the type of uses you can have in that zone.
Right. There were a number of people who brought up the potential for excessive noise. That's why I bring it up. Let's open it up to members of the commission. Commissioner Tedesco has a question he wants to ask you, and then we'll let you, after commission members, we'll let you close it out.
So I'm concerned about how you would connect the current uses for the property, and then with the proposed zone change, given that it's pretty much abutted entirely by a wetland. I mean, I see why now, the way that it's why you would choose that sort of line across the property. But I'm just wondering how it would possibly be connected to the current business.
The wetlands is marked on the property. That's why I passed the other map that I provided you. Actually, that's the property map, and that is a wetlands limit showing on that.
I'm looking at the GIS right now.
On the, no, don't go by the GIS. The GIS is not an accurate representation of the wetlands line. That's done by aerial surveys. The property map that I provided as an actual limit of wetlands done by a soil scientist.
I'm not seeing that indicated here, Seth.
It's the property map that's part of the application. That's the first map that I had on the screen.
Ah.
Yeah, if you go
And
to
you'll see that
page one
there is a depressed area that was used for irrigation over the years by the Merrill family. To the east, we're not touching that. And there's a small runoff area from that detention area, from that pond, heading west. But I have the wetlands delineated. We're not touching the wetlands.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You all set, Nick? Commissioner Santago?
Oops. So, Sev, I would venture to say if you came tonight with an I-1 zone change only for what you propose currently, most folks wouldn't have too much agita to it, or as much agita to it. I think what's given people an unease, myself included, is what they don't know, which is the extension of the I zone down from there. So you're only using part of it. If you cut a line going straight across from your current use and only asked to change that particular parcel for your current use, people would be like, okay, I get he's expanding his factory. It still kind of sucks because I don't get the driving range, but I get it. The remaining portion is still unknown, correct? So
At this point, we're doing it for general planning purposes. We extend it.
Right now, we don't know what we don't know about that, right?
If you're uncomfortable with that, you can table the application. I'll talk to the applicant and see if that's necessary to have, or if we can bring the zone change to this location here. But I just want the public to know, and you to know, the West Street Business Zone is more intense.
Agreed.
Has more disturbance at different hours of the night, totally. And you can have multi-story buildings parked right here along this boundary line as long as they provide a buffer. You can have a 3-4-story building. Talking about impact.
Yeah.
You're going to have more of an impact.
Oh, that whole area could. That's why I asked.
The factories will be a 1-story, low-key block building, which is, it's boring, but it's not. It doesn't have a lot of activities.
Yeah. No, what you propose now, I get it. I guess the way the rest of it is shaped, though, and if you had access via Welch Road, because you'd have to, because if it was a different business than what you have, say you sold another company, whatever, say you subdivided that, you'd have to subdivide that property, right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We're not proposing to subdivide anything. This is a one
but
piece.
It's one piece, I get it, for what you're doing. But in the future, the undecided portion of it, you would have to subdivide it to have, if someone else was going to put a factory there, have access via Welch Road, and I don't know exactly how you'd fit something in from there unless you expanded the current business out toward that direction. So if the current owner wanted to expand the business out toward Welch Road, then I kind of get it. You kind of have like a campus setting, if you will. Or you would have to subdivide that and have access via Welch Road, correct?
Yes. No, you could still continue coming from West Queen. But that's the key here. This property owner, as you know, owns additional buildings on West Queen Street, and he's running out of space, even on the other ones. That's why he built this one.
Okay.
This one is expanded to the max. So his family envisioned this to be continuing to add on in the future to this building. Right now we're doing this. Maybe later we'll do a little bit more. So we're talking about quite a bit of square footage here over time.
So you would see this more, my words, campus setting for the
Campus
existing company.
That's right.
To expend toward that direction. And if that were to be the case, correct me if I'm wrong, you still have to come for additional site plan. You'd have to
That's right.
continue to come for approval here. And at that point, we would have to continue to talk about buffers and.
Yes. Right now, the current addition will not even require a buffer because
right.
it's not even near it, the residential area.
Right.
If we get close, which will be down in this area here,
Yeah.
then we start talking about buffers.
Gotcha, right. But it would not be to have additional factories, at least currently, you would want an extension of the current business to kind of expand.
It could be
That's the current plan.
Yes, it could be an extension of the building, which it doesn't require anything special. Or if we do an additional building, you normally require a public hearing to have two buildings on one site.
Correct.
So we could have a campus situation for this company.
Got it. But it's the same thing, same sort of footprint, if you will. Got it. That helps the understanding, and the wetlands conversation helped the understanding.
By the way, the soils are sandy soil here, so I don't know why they're having problems. Maybe the septic system were built years ago where they built into the water table versus being above the water table. Nowadays, everything is done according to specs, which you have to be above the water table, do the proper protection for the septic system. So I don't know why they're having trouble there. It may be some old subsystems.
All right. Thank you for you clarified things a lot. Thank you, Seth.
You good, Peter?
Yeah.
Commissioner Clark?
Okay. I think I can propose a solution to all our problems. I think by proposing that I see 4 to 5 lots that are directly affected. Could we propose conversations happen with our neighbors to I think piggyback off of this conversation and get, garner some support for what you're pointing out is a less intrusive proposal, but I don't know that the surrounding abutters can see that from what this is. So having conversations and getting more comfortable with, like you just said, you might not be using that whole space or may not need it. That could help, I think.
So what are you suggesting? That I come forward with a reduced proposal, or you?
My suggestion is to have conversations with the neighbors to come up with some solutions that one of them could be reducing the size or reducing what you're asking for, or some sort of solution that would make them more comfortable with the proposal.
Probably expand this conversation that we just had with them personally. Right?
I mean, that's pretty public what we're saying. We have either keep the existing zone in back of their property, which is West Street Business Zone, which in my opinion is more intrusive, and hopefully they understand that. We can have a meeting and go over the details of what a West Street Business Zone allows, and we can do that. Or go with the I-1 zone, which is not in an I-2 zone like the chairman was talking before, but I-2 zone allows all kinds of uses. The I-1 zone is more restrictive, doesn't allow truck terminal, storage of pipes, noise, drop foraging, none of that. So those are the two choices. I offered to talk to the applicant and see if he's willing to reduce the zone change, to reduce it up to maybe here instead of go all the way. But again, I don't think it helps the neighbors, because you could come forward with a WBZ use and it's more intrusive. And then you limit the potential for expansion for this existing operation, which has been in town for so many years, and they're successful at what they're doing, and they have a clean operation. You have to balance the two.
Okay. And then if this went forward, can another business come in and use this area as industrial?
Another business?
Right. So if this factory shut down, can someone buy the land and utilize it?
Yes,
as industrial?
that's normal. If you close your business, somebody else can buy, but I don't see it happening here.
Okay.
But to piggyback off of that question, Sev, if another building were to be put on this site, if we were to approve the zone change and another building were to be put on this site, that would require, maybe this is a question for David, require a special permit process, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Which is another public hearing.
Unless they subdivided it.
Right.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Caleb? Caleb? Caleb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, two questions. One, I think you kind of alluded to, and maybe we can get some more if we do get a chance to come back at this. The concern that the public comment made was contamination to the wells. I'm just curious what that initial contamination was that led to this, in relationship to, could this happen again if something was to really go wrong? Because we're anticipating that nothing's going to go wrong. Things happen. So, I'm kind of wondering what that initial thing was that required bottled water to be issued to the residents in the area. That's my first question, and I don't think you have the answer to that. The second question is, if this is proposed and it's approved, and the applicant puts in a building in the upper area to the north, and I realize this isn't a site plan thing, but it is an inevitable question that as you build a bigger building, you're going to need more parking spaces. And as I'm looking at the adjoining building, there's a finite area where you can park cars there, which leads me to the second part of this question is, if you're then going to need to start building parking, you're going to have to go to the changed I-zone. So if you could speak to the fact that the existing building will be able to satisfy the needs of the expansion into the new changed zone, I think that would be helpful for me.
Yes. I'd like to know myself about the pollutants to the wells. Maybe someone could come up and state clearly what the pollutants were and what the cause was of those pollutants. Because I don't think the factory that I represent created those pollutants. As far as the addition is concerned, if the current operation, with the addition that we're proposing, about 30 to 40,000 square feet, we'll be able to operate with the current parking lot, which is in the front on the north side. If we add additional buildings or expanding another 30,000, then we'll probably need additional parking, which will take place in this area here. Most likely not back here. It will be somewhere right in this area here. Right now, the additional building will be here. There will be no parking in the back and no trucks in the back. The overheads will be on the north side, and the access will be on the north side. But if we expand another 30 to 40,000 square feet, then there will be some parking requirements, which will be back here. And again, we'll have to address drainage and buffering. So I don't see a problem there, but it'll be very interesting and important to know what kind of pollutants they're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Caleb. Commissioner Tedesco.
Yeah, I think it might be good for whoever manages the hazmat on the property to come in and make the abutting properties a little bit more comfortable, maybe even if it's out of the public eye and they're just addressing the abutters directly, just for their peace of mind, and also that they can understand what possible pollutants they could look for in any case, given their concerns.
Thanks, Nick. Any other questions or comments from members of the commission?
I'd like to just make, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Salker, go
just
ahead.
one question to Seb. Why couldn't you take the I-1 zone where you want, I don't have can I borrow your pointer, Mr. Chairman? See if I can get it without stabbing somebody in the eye. Lean back. The top one, right? Oh, okay, there we go. Got it, yeah. Why can't you just take that as the I-1 zone here and leave this the way it is for now? I mean, all the neighbors that have talked understand that this is a business zone. What could possibly go in there? I have real trouble with just changing this whole thing for what might happen. You know what you want to do here. Why not just come in for an I-1 zone change just for that portion of the property there, instead of asking for the whole thing?
I offered that during the conversation. I offered that to talk to my client and see if that's a possibility. We will consider that. And but again, the West Street, this is no longer a bead zone, simple bead zone. This is a West Street business zone.
I understand that.
So there's a lot more allowed in a West Street business zone. But I will definitely talk to the client, and at the next meeting, we'll go over that. We'll go over some of the question in terms of material handling and that kind of thing, and make everybody more comfortable. But in the meantime, if we can find out about this pollution issue, that would be important.
So Seth, the question is on you. I'm not inclined to leave public hearings open, to be frank. But if you want to modify this and come back with a modification, I'm happy to accommodate that request. But if that's not going to be the case, I see no reason to leave the public hearing open and just move forward on this. But I'll leave it up to the applicant yourself. So you tell me what you want.
The modification is something I have to talk to the client about, so I cannot give you an answer to that. So I'm asking you to possibly table the application, and we'll move on the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're going to table this application. Do we need a motion on that, Dave, or?
Sure, you can
does
do
the
a voice
applicant
vote.
require- Can I get a motion to table this application and leave the public hearing open?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Salka, second.
Second.
Commissioner Tedesco with a second. Any further conversation from members of the commission? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Just for the members of the audience, so you understand what just happened, we've tabled this application. The public hearing is remaining open. The applicant's going to go back and see if he can revise that application along the lines of what was spoken to tonight. Our next meeting is 2 weeks from tonight, and we'll be back here, and this item will be on that agenda, and the public hearing will remain open. To the extent that you offered testimony tonight, there's no need to offer testimony along the same lines again. It is on the record and will be considered by us when and if we eventually take up this application. So with that, we'll move on to item 8C. Jacob Schneider, Earthlight Technology, special permit application for ground-mounted solar arrays, property located at 29 Willowdale Drive, owned by Gary Chamard, in an R40 zone, SPU 660.
That's forever, the room clear.
Nope, go ahead. It's 10 o'clock. Just go.
Just go.
My name is Gary
Hold on one
Samard.
second. If we could just ask people to just take their conversations out in the hallway, please. We still have a meeting going on right now. Gary, go ahead.
My name is Gary Samard. I'm the property owner of 29 Willowdale Drive. I've been there for 28 years, and I'm happy to say I'm not here for a zone change. We've been looking to install solar power at our home for a number of years. Our roof faces east-west, and we have a number of shade trees up against our house that make our house a very poor applicant for solar on the roof. Number of solar installers have told us that. When the town enacted Section 1125 of the zoning regulations that approximately a year ago that allowed for residential solar arrays, I realized we may have a solution for our property. We are proposing an array which is planned for our backyard parallel with our northern property line, which runs almost exactly east-west. Our backyard is extremely private, well screened with established vegetation along each of the rear property lines, which is one of the reasons why we purchased the home as we did. We also have fencing along the side of our house, so our backyard is not visible from the street. The array is sized to produce a net production of 100% of our annual electric with an additional 25% allowance for charging an electric car, which has been ordered. We are planning to install 435 watt panels, which is about the highest commercially available right now, which reduces the footprint of the solar array that we are proposing. Our solar array is no larger than a regular roof mount. We're just offering to put it on the ground, proposing to put it on the ground. It's our understanding that our application for residential ground mount solar is fully compliant with zoning ordinance 1125 and respectfully request that the commission vote favorably to approve the application. With me here tonight is Jacob Schneider with Earthlight Solar, who can provide any technical details on the application.
Thanks, Gary. Jacob, do you have anything to add, or?
I don't have a whole lot to add. That covered it pretty well.
Okay.
You know, it's 24 panels, 30-degree pitch. It'll probably be 8 to 9 feet tall on the back side and 2 feet off the ground on the front side.
Okay. Gary, question, visible from the road?
Sorry?
Are these panels going to be visible from the road?
No.
Are these panels going to be visible from any abutting property?
Our property is very well screened. I actually brought some pictures, if that would help.
Out there,
The
I
first
saw
picture, what I can hand around, is actually, it's a picture looking at the neighbor in the back. On this side of the yard, we have it used to be a grapevine, and then it just kind of became overgrown, but it's about 20 feet deep. The other side of my property is pines and arborvitae. I highly doubt this is going to be visible to anybody, and I'm pretty sure none of my neighbors are here.
So your answer to my question is no?
I would say no.
Okay, thanks. Any questions to the applicant from members of the commission? Okay, Gary, now you take a seat and we open it up to members of the public.
Thank you, sir.
All right? Anyone here to testify in favor of this application? Gary, your wife's not even getting up back there. But that's okay. Anyone here to testify in opposition to this application? Seeing none, we'll close the public. Gary, you have anything else to add? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on that one and move on to our business section. Item 9A, AA DeNorfield Building and Development LLC, petition to change the zone district boundary from an R40 to an ART zone. Property located at 570 Meriden Waterbury Turnpike, owned by Cecilia Decor. Zone change 573. This was tabled from March 15th. We just closed the public hearing earlier tonight. Discussion, members of the commission. Do we have a motion?
Oh,
Jen, go ahead.
Okay, well, wow. Everybody is reading the POCD. You have no idea how happy that makes me. Because 7 years ago, no one even knew what the document was. So, thank you.
Labor of love, Jen.
Thank you. I happen to actually think this is in line with our POCD, and that is why we approved this zone. It addresses our aging housing need. It preserves open space. And in doing that, it does protect our natural resources, so I am in support of this, and I will make a motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Clark. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Solka with a second. Any further discussion?
Do we need an effectivity date for this?
Yes.
For all the zone changes.
So, I know, we're going to get to the other one later on, but
Yep. So
you
April
want to
20th
set
would be
an effective
appropriate.
date of April 20th
Yep,
on this?
that'd be appropriate.
Jen, you good with that?
Sure.
You good with that, Bob?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Santiago, go ahead.
just a question, I guess, for Dave and for other commissioners in Jen's your motion. Is there any reason, I guess this is for Jim Grappone too, is there any reason we would need to stipulate making sure the drainage issue is taken care of, or is that just gonna be a natural
That's site
occurrence?
plan.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just gonna be a natural thing, there's no need to stipulate that, because you're gonna work with the applicant anyway.
That's a site plan issue that would come up. So I have not seen any design on that. I can't comment.
All
on
right,
it,
so at this point, it's regards to, it's just a zone change. They have to come back with a site plan and all that other thing. So at that point, we could talk about all those other things that people are concerned with, fair?
Correct.
So this is just for that, they have to come back again for site, and we could have all those discussions about, do we want more trees planted, all that kind of thing, fair?
We will.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further conversation? Seeing none? Dave, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Tedesco,
No.
Commissioner Volpe,
No.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Walowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
Vice Chair Solka,
Yes.
and Chair Hammersley.
Hammersley's a yes. Motion passes 5-2. Item 9B, this was the one that was tabled, so
Done.
we'll move off of that. Item 9C, the one we've all been waiting to take action on, Jacob Schneider, Earthlight Technology, special permit application for a ground-mounted solar array, property located at 29 Willowdale Drive, owned by Gary Chamard, in an R40 zone, SPU 660. Do we have any discussion on this? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, we approve SPU 660. I think it's met our zoning regulations, and there's really no reason for denial in my mind.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Tedesco with a second. Any further conversation?
I think it's great. He's getting
Commissioner
100% of electricity done, plus some left over. I'm like, wow.
All right.
That's something. I think it's great. And hopefully we get some more of those things. I think it's
He
beautiful.
needs a consultation.
I think it's beautiful. Yeah.
There you go.
See, my bill took
I
the
think-
Eversource. I'm like,
I
holy
just
moly.
think it's important to note that when you talk about 100% generation, if you're going to get any kind of federal or state rebate, you can only go a certain percentage above what you're using. You can't generate 150% and sell back and get some. They limit that, so it's just to clarify that.
Yeah. So you saw me trying to make money on the deal.
Yeah,
Got
right,
it. All right. All right. No, I think it's a wonderful thing.
Changes careers.
Yeah,
No kidding.
Any further conversation on this? Dave, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Tedesco?
Yes.
Commissioner Volpe?
Yes.
Commissioner Klock?
Yes.
Commissioner Walowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Santego?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salka?
Yes.
And Chair Hammerstein?
Hammersley is a yes. Motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. Best of luck. We're going to take up item 9D. We need to get an effective date on that. I propose that effective date be April 20th. The maker of the motion was Commissioner Salka, and the seconder was Commissioner Walowski. I want to make sure that we're all set with that. You guys good with that?
Yep.
Do we need to take any formal action on that, Dave, or we just, okay. Moving on to item 9E, Town of Southington site plan application for rehabilitation of 3 pump stations, property located at 1095 Old Turnpike Road, SPR 1833-2117, Meriden Waterbury Road, SPR 1834, and 640 Landing Street, SPR 1835.
Nothing like wastewater to clear out a room, I guess.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
not quite completely, but we're close.
I'm Amy Sawicki. I'm a Connecticut PE with Tie and Bond. I represent the town across multiple wastewater projects, and tonight we're here to talk about planning and zoning for 3 sites. The pump stations are past their useful life. We have to upgrade the equipment. With upgrading the equipment comes with upgrading to TR16 regulations. And my colleague over here, Joe Canis, will go into the details about the site plans.
Great, thanks, Amy. For the record, my name's Joseph Canis. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. I'm a principal engineer at Tie and Bond. I'm going to go through the 3 pump station locations. The first is at 1096 Old Turnpike Road. Let me just make sure my laser pointer has power and battery works, because my daughter likes to tease the cat with it. This is Old Turnpike Road, Meriden Waterbury Turnpike. The pump station is located on a very small parcel. I think it's 0.06 acres, immediately adjacent to the 10 Mile River. So that's the location of that station. And what we're doing there is shown in this plan here. The red is the property boundary. Wetlands are down here. Here's the 10 Mile River. North is to the top of the sheet. This is Old Turnpike Road. And so what we're doing is the existing building is remaining. All that's being replaced is the top of the wet well cover, and as well as some conduits between the building and the wet well itself. So pretty minor. No exterior changes to the building here. So that's what's being proposed there. This building, this entire site is within the floodplain of the 10 Mile River, but we are not having there are no grade changes proposed within the floodplain or the floodway, so no grade changes proposed on the site. And we are not increasing impervious surface, so no stormwater impacts there. Next site is, this one is located at 640 Landing Street. This is Patton Brook. Patton Brook actually flows north. This site is right here. It's located adjacent to an open space area that's dedicated to the town. Over here, I believe it's 10 acres or so. This is Landing Street. I believe this is Apple Blossom. And at this particular location, this area is mapped as Zone A on the flood insurance study. So we actually had to compute our own base flood elevation on this site, and I'll show you what we're doing here. Okay, so Patton Brook is over here. There's a culvert that carries Patton Brook north across Landing Street. wetland area here is here in yellow. The proposed building is here. This one does have the most exterior impacts. What we're doing is, because it was determined that the generator inside the building is not enough for the TR16 resiliency requirements, what we're proposing to do is to remove the existing oil tank in the back, construct a new generator on a platform in the front. It's up on a platform to get it above the base flood elevation. We had to compute a base flood elevation here to make sure that that's sufficiently protected. We did have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for this because this proposed generator is located in the front yard. And it was really the only place that we could put it because we couldn't put it to the south on the open space property because that's dedicated as open space, and we're simply prohibited from doing that after researching it with the town. We can't put it to the left of the building here on the west side because that'd be on top of the force main and then the driveway. We can't put it on the east side because there's not insufficient clearance. So really the only place it could go was to the north of the building. It actually sits a little bit down from the edge of the from the elevation of the roadway, about 3 to 4 feet down. But one of the benefits of actually having it here is that it's actually shielded from impact from debris moving down in the event of a flood by the building itself. I believe this building, Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, this building does get siding? Okay. Okay. So there may or may not be new siding on the building, but those are the limits of the exterior improvements. There is a small mound of soil here that we're proposing to get up to access control panels that'll be above the base flood elevation. And to compensate for that, we're proposing to make some grading changes over here to get that compensatory storage within the floodplain. And then the final station is located on the Meriden Waterbury Turnpike. This is the 691 ramp. This is the RV sales establishment here. And the pump station is located all the way in the back. It's at the confluence of Humiston and Judd Brook. So again, this one is in the floodplain. We are not proposing any fill. We're just replacing the wet well cover. As you can see, it's a very small parcel, about 0.06, 0.08 acres. No increase in impervious cover. Like I said, no fill in the floodplain. So that, and maybe just a few conduits connecting the wet well to the pump station building. So pretty basic improvements, no changes to the appearance of the building, no expansion of impervious cover. So that's what's going on at the three stations. Be happy to answer any questions that the commission might have.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I see that on our documents that we have an approval from the health department, the fire department, and inland wetlands. There also are engineering comments that I'm not sure whether were responded to, but could you give us an update on the status on responding to those comments?
On the engineering comments, Amy, I don't believe I've seen those yet.
Mr. Capone, go ahead.
We can respond
basically, Ty and Bond are providing contract documents for bidding under the America Recovery ARPA funds, and those comments are related to spec and plan review. So they've been, and that was a 90% review that I believe those comments were. So they're working on getting it out to bid. It has been advertised, actually. The bid opening is in another month. We've been working with Time Bond, they're our consultant, and so I feel they've addressed my comments at this point.
So I think that if we were to act on this, it might be with a stipulation that they satisfy your comments.
Sure.
Adequately, I guess. Is that okay with you all?
No, not a problem. So we've
Okay.
addressed the 90% commentary, but we can certainly address
Okay.
any other comments.
Okay. Any questions for members of the commission? Commissioner Santago.
I guess the only one, because I'm very familiar with the Landing Street site, and that's very close to the brook. And there's like not a lot of room to work there because the current place is kind of near Landing Street, and you're trying. I think it's you want to put it in front of the current one. I'm like, man, where's that going to go? So that's, I guess I'm concerned that's a tight space to work as it is. And so, just like having construction there, and Landing Street is a tough street regardless. So to have construction there, that's going to be, I get you have to do it, but I guess my concern is in practicality when you go do it, that's going to be a tough site to maneuver around, I think.
It is. Actually, Old Turnpike and Patton Brook are going to be very difficult for the contractors to mobilize and get all of their work in. The good news is that most of the work is inside of the structures, and when the equipment is going to be delivered, it'll stay within the access drive and then be brought right into the pump station and replaced right there.
Right.
So impact, it's not like we have a lot of exterior work.
Okay.
But it is what it is.
It's tight. In Patton Brook, floods a lot there. You get some rain and that, it expands a lot right up there. So it's, when you do your work, it's just environmentally concerned, when you do it, that you don't impact the brook, because it really does. It's interesting how much that expands when you just get a little bit of rain.
Right. Yeah, when we did the flood analysis, right, because there's no base flood elevation computed there, it was much larger than what's shown on the flood map. So, what we did, we made sure that we did have notes advising the contractor about the responsibility to restrain things in the event of flood, to make sure that, whatever material they have on site is adequately anchored. And those are included in the notes on the drawings.
Great, thank you.
You all set, Peter? Any other questions, Commissioner Tedesco?
On the Lanning Street station, I'm wondering if it is practical at all to limit some visibility from the road of the new installation.
Yeah, and I neglected.
I might be missing it. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I neglected to mention it. We are proposing some arborvitae screening in front of that proposed generator and platform. And basically, what it does, there's an existing arborvitae row along the east side here. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue it around to the north side of the proposed generator. That way, it blends in with the existing screening there.
Beautiful.
You all set, Nick?
Yeah.
Any other comments from members of the commission? Commissioner Wolowski, want to weigh in on the arborvitaes?
If it was an hour ago, probably.
Yeah. Anything else to add?
No, nothing else.
Okay, we're looking for a motion on item 9E.
Do we have to make a motion on each one of the applications? Or
I
just,
think
can we
make
do it as a
motion-
group?
Well, I think we can make a motion as a group, but I would cite all three.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve SPR 1833, SPR 1834, and SPR 1835, based on satisfaction of the staff comments.
Well done, Commissioner Salka. Is there a second?
Second.
You already got one. We'll give it to Wolowski. Any further conversation? Do we need a roll on this?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Tedesco?
Yes.
Commissioner Volpe?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Santago?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salka?
Yes.
And Chair Hammersley?
Hammersley's a yes, 7-0. Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you.
Item 9F, Lovely Development Incorporated 34-lot open space subdivision application property located at 243 Churchill Road in an R40 zone, S1334. Sev.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, Sev Bovino, planner with Kratzer Jones, representing the applicant. Subject property is 243 Churchill Street, Assessors Map 143, Parcel 14. Has about 3,300 linear feet of frontage on Churchill Street. For orientation purpose, this is Churchill. West Street is east of this property. North is up to the sheet, and west obviously is here. This property is located on the north side of Churchill Street. The land area is 49.14 acres, zoned R40. It is served by public water and septic systems. On September 7, 2021, we received approval for an open space subdivision concept for 34 lots, which allows the applicant to set aside 17.76 acres of open space, which are located to the west side of the property. We had a site walk, and I believe commission members had a chance to view the site. It is a nice wooded area next to a wetland area associated with a tributary to the River. The open space is also next to the fishing club and additional open space in this area here to the northwest corner. We conducted soil testing for SEP systems, received a letter of approval on April 4th, and I have a copy here for the record. And I believe staff has received a copy from Bianca Maiorino from the Health Department. Also, an environmental assessment report was done and was provided to the town during the wetlands application process. As I indicated, the soils are sand and gravel. The land slopes east to west to a wetland area at the west end of the property, close to the intersection with Lady Slipper. So the sloping of the land goes from east to west in this direction to this wetland area, and then rises again toward the west, and this area drains into this wetland here. The drainage system is designed to maintain the current drainage patterns with a system of pipes connected by a catch basin to a detention area located near the wetlands area in the area of in the rear of lots 6 and 7. Lots 6 and 7 are here. The detention area is in the back of these two lots. So you have a system of catch basins and pipes starting at the end of the cul-de-sac, running westerly, and then runs between these two lots to the detention area. The detention area is a wet bottom. It's a design that has a wet bottom and to improve water quality. And we're providing fencing around the pond for safety. The detention area is designed up to the 100-year storm. Each home will have underground storage unit also to take the roof water that's considered clean water and take it to the ground. And that allows an opportunity for recharging the groundwater. The proposed open space is what was presented to this commission during the special permit process. So we haven't changed anything. The open space that we said we were going to provide, that's what it is provided today. Sidewalks are proposed per your regulations. The subdivision is designed with two cul-de-sacs with a future connection to the property to the north. So you have, you enter from Churchill Street, you go north, and then you go either right to a cul-de-sac and left to a cul-de-sac. But this cul-de-sac here has a future connection to the north property. That connection allows future development to go to the light on West Street. You can go either to the light on West Pine, not the light, there's West Pine Drive goes to West Street, but if you proceed north from there, you can get to Welch Road and then go to the light at the intersection of Welch Road and West Street. So there will be, this will be the connector to all those developments and eventually to West Street. So it is designed as a loop system. The minimum lot area allowed as in this zone is 22.5. All the proposed lots along the south side of this property, along the neighbors, are larger than that. And also, we are providing a 30-foot buffer along the easterly rear yard of these lots and the southerly rear yard of these lots next to the existing homes on Churchill Street. To work, because of the land grades increasing, they're getting steeper as you go west in this area here. To work with the existing grades, portion of the road in this short section is proposed to be 10% for about 137 feet. With permission from the commission, the road design is 10% for that short distance, and we need your agreement to that. Because you have a maximum grade for that, for the roads. We received staff comments. We reflected their concerns on the plans and responded in writing to those comments. That connection there, it's a feasibility layout, which will happen in the future. Right now, our project is phased. Phase 1 up to this area here, and then phase 2 will be to the end of the cul-de-sac, and then a future development will take place heading north. If you have any questions at this time, I'll be glad to answer.
Thanks. Have any questions for members of the commission? Caleb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Seb. So my first question, well, I only have one, is the retention pond. Is the retention pond being established on the open space reserve? It appears that. I'm trying to follow that along with what we saw before.
It's in the rear of those two lots, 6 and 7, and the detention area is right here in the open space, yes.
I guess my question is that permitted? Because we're improving on the open space. Oh.
Well,
I don't know the answer.
I would say it's common, Mr. Chairman, to answer the question.
Did you hear that, Caleb?
I'm sorry.
It is common to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You all set,
The
Caleb?
open space doesn't exist yet until we grant it. So we build in the facility and then grant in the open space to the town with an easement.
I thought we did that before when we granted the change.
No, it was
That's
not
what-
yet conveyed.
That's the same thing.
Caleb, are you good, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Salka?
In the comments section from the town, it basically says who will own the open space. And the response is the town of Southington will own the open space. And then to Caleb's comment about the retention pond. So what kind of maintenance or anything else will be required based on the town's part if we in fact own the open space? And then how do we get there? Do we get it off of Churchill into the open space?
You can access from Churchill. There's all this frontage here. Also, we have a drainage easement between lot 6 and 7.
I can't hear you, Seb. I'm sorry.
You can access it from Churchill Street, right from this location here. The
Yep.
detention area is here. You have all this frontage. Also, you have a drainage easement between the two lots leading to the detention area. So you can access for both directions.
But there's no parking, so you can't park your car and walk into the open space, into the subdivision. I don't think.
Are you talking about parking to go maintain the?
Well, if the town owns open space space typically means it's open to the public. And in this case, unless they park on Churchill, there is no access to that open space, correct?
There's access. This is a passive open space.
Yep.
Which you can walk. There's actually already a trail existing here that goes north to south. People walk this area already, but that's the way it's intended to be, not.
Okay, so there is access to it. That's my real
Yes.
question, I guess.
Yeah, we're not proposing a parking area there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You all set, Bob?
Yes.
Okay. Any? No, no. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Santago.
So, I had the same questions on the drainage thing. I can't see, and maybe it's not here, but I can't pick it up. You talked about future access somewhere else. Can you point out where that is and what we're talking about? 'Cause I'm
Right here,
having
and
a hard
I
time seeing it on your plan. Like, is
and
there?
I have a plan showing it, and I have something I could pass.
So,
around.
like, is there space between the two proposed lots? And I guess that's my.
Right there, this is phase one up to this location here.
Yeah.
There'll be a temporary cul-de-sac here. There's a proposed 50-foot right-of-way stub that we bring the road to the north property line. So the potential future extension is to extend this road north for about 500 feet here to join in with the temporary existing cul-de-sac that exists. That cul-de-sac was deemed temporary on purpose because there was a plan to continue this south for the connection.
So is that there now?
The cul-de-sac is there now, yes, was planned with the development that was done in the past.
Okay.
And it's labeled temporary, which means was intended to be there to be extended. It was not a permanent cul-de-sac.
Isn't it cul-de-sac?
Okay. So, but you, all right, I get it. And so your phased plan is, you have 3 phases or 2 in construction here?
Two phases. The phase one takes you here, phase two takes you there, and but we leave in the stub for future development.
Which would be later.
Later.
All right, that's where I got confused when plan here, plan here.
Yeah, we're not making a connection now. That's on other people's land. It's a different ownership.
Well, that's, because like you don't own that.
But we're providing the opportunity for it.
I see.
And it was planned in the past also, coming from the north, from West Pine Drive, which is up here. When they did the subdivision, they planned for this extension by creating the temporary cul-de-sac there.
So, Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, Peter, the strip of right-of-way that Sev is referring to, we will get the deed up front for that, so it's not a grudge strip in the future.
Yeah.
So that was one of our comments, so you may see that. So that's to allow for that connection in the future.
Okay. And that would too, I would assume, if indeed that would happen, that would also allow for further egress out of there, right?
That's the intent.
Right? So you'd have a further way to get out, alleviating things if indeed that went through, right?
Yes, Mark Lovely, President of Lovely Development with office
Okay,
at
here we go.
710 Main Street. Yes, so the plan was, in the plan of development for the town of Stellington, the cul-de-sac that's up there is on Pine Hollow Drive. That was left as a temporary cul-de-sac for future to be able to come through to adjoining properties. And that's why in our requirement was to leave the 50-foot buffer for that to be able to tie it in the future as part of the plan of development.
Got it. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
And the other question on the detention basin, that is pretty much the same thing that we did where we're creating a wetland basement like we did at Northridge Estates, like we did over at Glen Eagles, and the other open space subdivision that we did.
Okay.
Other thing, also, just to note, on this subdivision, what we're gonna do is we're gonna only cut the trees just in the roadway and just in the detention basin for now. We're gonna do a lot individually, so that if we wanna keep trees on those lots, we're gonna try to. So we're not gonna come in and clear cut the property, we're only gonna just cut the roadways for right now. The other thing is, some of the neighbors had talked before and asked during the public hearing for the open space subdivision if we could try and find a way to bring those tree cutters and stuff in. So we are working with the existing owner on 1268 to be able to make a staging area to get those equipment in from there, so it doesn't have to come in through Churchill.
Beautiful. It's reminiscent, I guess, because this is high-end stuff. It kind of reminds me a little of Devonwood and Farmington.
Yes. You won't believe it, the prices that we're gonna have to be at because of the cost of construction. When we went in for the open space subdivision, the roads here were about $1,155,000. We've got a budget for them. Now they're $1,996,000. So that's the difference in the road cost. But even with the pricing that we're looking at getting, I have a list of names of 39 people that want to buy here for only 34 lots at those prices. You can believe it.
I don't know what they do. God bless them, I guess. Gee whiz. Well, I'm encouraged by the access of equipment with that, because that is a big concern, all of us. And Churchill's not a wide road.
Definitely. Well, we'd like all the other subdivisions I've said, when we hear some of the comments from the public, we try and come in and address what we can.
Right. And so I guess, do we have any, is there any plans to widen Churchill or improve Churchill at all?
We're gonna get to that in 1 second.
So that's kind of a question for this whole thing, so.
You ready, Peter?
Yeah.
All right. Subdivision section 3-11.2 speaks to the issue that Peter just brought up, that in the event that the commission finds that the travelway is insufficient with regards to width, grade, so on and so forth, I'm not going to read the whole thing, that we can ask for improvements to be made to existing roads. As you may recall from the open space subdivision, one of the issues that was brought up by myself and others was the width of Churchill at west. So on the eastern part of Churchill, as you come up that hill, the width of that area seems a little bit small. And the design criteria for that roadway puts it at a minimum of 26 feet from curb to curb. What is the current width of that street in that area? Do you know?
I don't know. I think I would have to check. It probably is close to that.
Okay,
24,
I would suggest that it's not 26 feet. And as part of the approval on this, we have the right to require that you make it at least 26 feet. Do you understand that?
Well, the town did that improvement not long ago, and I don't think there's enough right-of-way there to make it happen.
Dave?
Maybe
Yeah, Mr.
Jim
Chairman,
can address it.
respectfully, I think that regulation only refers to frontage lots on existing town roads where they would be accessing the frontage with their lot, so you could ask for the improvement there, but anything off-site would be considered exactly that, an off-site improvement. We had issues with that with Hillcrest, and the court had ordered the changes, but we couldn't have asked for those changes independently.
Yeah, I think there's, as Dave mentioned, there's court case that the town can't impose off-site improvements. But I believe the town did go in there and cut down the hill there, improve the sight line. I want to say maybe we have 24 feet, not 26. We did what we can with the right-of-way that we had there because of the concerns about sight line coming out of there.
It's
but
terrible.
Yeah, we improved it. We didn't improve it to if it was a brand-new road standard, but we did the best we could.
Mr. Chairman, and Dave and Jim are correct about that. The court case they're talking about was D'Onofrio versus Sulington that won the court case that established that. Like they said, if it was on the frontage of our property that abutted right to Churchill, we could do it there, but off-sites improvements, it's not allowed.
Well, then let me try to get some clarification on this part of it. The above conditions and necessary improvements shall pertain to that portion of the existing street abutting the subdivision only, which is what I think Mark is saying and what you're saying, or may extend said improvements to the entire existing street from the subdivision to a suitable town street or state highway as deemed necessary by the commission. So that second part, I guess I'm a little bit confused
They
on.
need to fill in, you know what I mean, in terms, it's not, I think linear distance from your project to the next cross street. I think it would be if there was access needed to go between the existing subdivision with its frontage to an existing street. Maybe if they were gonna put in like a connector like that, 50-foot right-of-way to connect them, something like that. We can,
Or on a paper street,
yeah,
possibly.
paper street possibly, where it exists, but it's not improved yet. I think there was actually a couple in town recently, in the older sections from the 1800s where that came into play. You have the right to ask for it, but a lot of times it makes more sense just to have a common driveway between the two with the utilities in it.
So what you're saying is that we can't make that a requirement of approval on this?
I wouldn't be comfortable saying yes, but we could consult the town attorney if you want.
We can get an opinion
Yeah.
from. But
Well,
I believe
I mean, it's one of my primary concerns with this whole development. It was something that members of the public came out and talked about, and just going out there and traveling out there. I mean, coming up over that hill is a scary proposition for anybody, whether they're walking or whether they're driving. And I did it, and in fact, I was down there around about October of last year, and as I came up over the top there was an ambulance sitting there because there was an accident on a car that was trying to pull out on West Street and actually not, as you might suspect, taking a left-hand turn and going in a northerly direction, I guess it is, but taking a right-hand turn and going in an easterly direction, which seems a little bit safer than crossing the traffic. But
Yeah.
if you want to talk to that, Mark.
Well, if you'd like, my traffic engineer, Scott Hesketh, is here if you have any questions for him. But if you remember correct, in the open space approval, the level of service there was not changing with this development here.
Yeah.
The level of service was changing the same at the intersection at the state. And the town, like I say, I don't think the town probably would have widened that wider if there was enough room for a right-of-way to be able to do that, because why would they stop and only do part of it? And I think, if I remember correct, I thought that was the issue a long time ago.
Yeah, it remains an issue. I just thought
Yeah.
there might be an opportunity to address it. And
Yeah, so unfortunately, I mean, like you say, the regulations are what they are. I mean, I could get an opinion from an attorney, but I know what they are because of going through these process in the past, where the off-site improvements, how that goes, unfortunately.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any further?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
I believe
Seth, go
that
ahead.
at the mouth of the intersection, West and Churchill, the width is larger. At the top of the hill, that's where it gets narrower.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah, that's where my concern is
Yeah,
on
but
that hill.
It is considered an off-site improvement.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah. Okay, any other questions from members of the commission? Caleb?
So could you please just expand a little bit on the request that you're asking for the grade to be increased from 8 to 10%
Yes.
for 134 feet?
Yeah. The property grades, the existing grades, go up as you go easterly. If you look at maps provided, the grades, so here's the low point. They gradually go up, and then when it gets to this area here, it starts going up faster. And some areas here, the grades are like 14%. So we designed the road for 137 feet to blend in with the existing conditions versus to cut the grades more, so you disturb the lane more. So for a short distance, we went to 10%, which is allowed with your permission. And there used to be, it was allowed up to 12% grade, but now it was reduced, I guess, to 10%. So we're asking for you to consider allowing that 10%. Otherwise, we just have to drop the grade more and come more, which I don't think it's appropriate. It would be best to leave the grades to follow the natural conditions.
So at any part in that grade, would there be at the bottom or at the top be such a change in incline that it would create some kind of a hazard?
No, it's designed so that meets the standards for the engineering design standards. No, it's not.
Thank you.
It's for a short distance, and there's no problem with side distance or stopping distance or anything like that.
In that, I'm sorry, no, it's coming to me. So in that area, will there be driveways that will access that steeper grade?
Yeah.
They will. Okay.
Just want to give you an example. If you know Winding Ridge, going off of Mount Vernon Road or going up to that neighborhood, the steepest area of that is 12%.
It's steep.
With 2% below that.
Okay. So it's 2% less steep.
Less steep.
Thank you. Thank you, Seb. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Tedesco.
I didn't see anything about a notice to abutters. I don't know if it was not required for this particular proposal. Okay. I'm trying to get a feel for how Bagnell Farms feels about not only the proposed development, but also the continuation, like right across their driveway of the other, I believe it's Pine Hollow Drive, the continuation of that into this neighborhood. I'm wondering where the discussion is. Do you guys have anything in the works? I mean, don't compromise your business strategy, but
First of all, the notification, this is a subdivision, standard subdivision. We did the notification during the public hearing process for the open space concept. That was approved. So at this stage, there's no need of additional notification.
Correct.
In regard to the continuation to the north, we actually going along and providing that property owner with the opportunity to do his development and tie into ours. So it's a planning issue where we providing this the same way they provided a temporary cul-de-sac on the north end. We are doing it on the south end, which eventually can be connected. So it is actually for his benefit.
all right, great. Thank you.
Nick, you weren't here for the open space subdivision, so that's acknowledged. It was pretty extensive, however.
I kind of had an
we,
inkling.
it was over the course of several meeting dates, and I think at one point took us to the midnight hour, if I remember correctly. But
Mr. Chair, if I might, just one more thing.
for the third time, Commissioner Coles.
I'm hot tonight, baby. The retention pond, I'm going to go back to it one more time. So as far as upkeep for that, you indicated that there's going to be a fence that surrounds that. Is there going to be any kind of bonding or anything that will indemnify the town so that we don't have to pay for new fence if it gets destroyed?
Bonding for future fence?
If somebody wrecks the fence, the town now has to put a new fence up.
I don't think there's any bonding for that.
Jim Grappone, you want to talk about that?
Sure. So he
The answers are-
he builds it like the road to town standards, and then after we accept the improvements and accept the road, it's the town's liability after that. So if a tree falls on the fence, the town would have to, repair the fence.
But if nobody hears the tree fall, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
any other questions or comments from
By the
members?
way, I want to continue on the detention area issue. These detention areas are not something unusual. If you have a condominium complex, then the condominium is responsible to maintain the ponds, the detention areas. But in any other subdivisions, they all maintained by the town.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
It's been
Okay, any other comments or questions from members of the commission? Seeing none, do we have, thank you, Seb. Do we have a motion on this?
You want to waive?
Yeah, just a point of
Oh,
clarification,
yep.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Seb brought up a couple of points, one being the waiver on the grade, which the regulation states, if I can get to it, so a maximum road grade to be 8%, except that a maximum grade of 10% may be permitted by the commission, so that would have to be a stipulation. And then the sidewalk continuation for Phase 2 was not shown, so a waiver request would have to be granted for that.
So we're looking for actually three different motions on this. We're looking for a waiver on the grade of the road. We're looking for a waiver on the sidewalk requirement, and then ultimately on approval or denial of the application, right?
Yeah, and as far as the engineering comments, they have been addressed. I just would like to stipulate the drainage. I have not completed a final review on that, but just in concept, it looks good. I just haven't reviewed the calculation.
So any ultimate motion you're requesting that include a stipulation that they work out drainage issues to the
Right.
satisfaction of the town engineer?
Correct.
Okay. So let's start with the waiver on the grade. We require, I'm assuming, a 2/3 majority on those two waivers. So we're looking for a motion to provide a waiver on the grade of the street.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion for Commissioner Selka. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. I agree with the follow the contour of the land. I agree with that. I'll second that.
Do we have a motion and a second? Any discussion? You want to call a roll on that, Dave?
Sure, Commissioner Tedesco,
Yes.
Commissioner Volpe,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Commissioner Walowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sulka,
Yes.
and Chair Hammersley.
Yes, so we got that one. Waiver on the sidewalk. Do we have a motion on that?
What, just clarification,
Chair,
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
what does that mean?
Yeah, can we clarify that?
I think there's, go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Chairman and members, it's shown on Phase 1 on the south side, I believe. It's only required to be on one side of the roadway. And then at Phase 2, which is where the connection stub is going to be,
Yeah.
it was terminated at that point instead of extended all the way down to the right side of the cul-de-sac.
To the second cul-de-sac.
The second cul-de-sac to the
Okay,
right.
got it.
So this is to not have, the waivers to not have sidewalks from that point to the end?
That's the way the current plan is right now.
So we all know how Bob Hammersley feels about waving
me
on
too.
sidewalks, but we'll see if there's a motion out there to waive, we'll see if there's a motion out there to waive the sidewalk requirement. Is there a motion? Sev, I'll give you 30 seconds to lobby us, starting now.
My opinion is.
Cutting you off at 30
My
seconds.
opinion is, I responded in my answer sheet, it's not required. This is a dead-end cul-de-sac. Sidewalks are not required.
Well,
That's my answer.
okay, okay.
I didn't agree though, because they didn't show it on the plan, and I told Jim that I would be willing to do them to the end of the cul-de-sac, so.
All right, so,
That answers that.
so,
Hey,
so,
and it's in the boat, I told you.
yeah,
Put the quote I told you.
Thanks, Mark. So is there a motion on this?
Do you
If
have
we
to-
don't have a motion, then it's not waived, right?
Right.
Is there a motion to waive the sidewalk requirement?
Yeah, so we'll just put that in. We'll work with staff and get that.
Okay,
done.
we don't need a motion on the sidewalk,
Great.
but thank you for bringing that up, Jim, I appreciate that. Okay, so now we're on to the ultimate, motion on approval on this application. Do we have a motion along the lines of what Mr. Grappone suggested?
Mr. Chair, I just have a question.
Yeah.
About the drainage stipulation, could you just repeat that for us, Jim? Since we just got lost in the sauce on the other thing.
Well, I read the drainage report statement, and Mr. Vivino mentioned that it was capable of storing up to a 100-year storm event. I just did not review and finish the calculations.
Okay, so we want to make sure.
Pending
Yeah,
review.
stipulation pending review.
Satisfactory working with the town
A
engineer.
plus effort.
Yeah. So do we have a motion on this application?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve S1334 with the stipulation that the engineering requirements get satisfied on the drainage issue.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Tedesco with a second. Any further conversation on this? Seeing none, can you call a roll, please?
Commissioner Tedesco,
Yes.
Commissioner Volpe,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Walowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sulka,
Yes.
and Chair Hammersley.
Hammersley's a yes, motion passes. Administrative items, do we have anything? Nothing. We got a couple of pending applications that will be scheduled for a public hearing, I assume, at our next meeting.
Yep.
You want to talk about any of those, or?
First one's
Well,
great, great
there's-
project,
There's two of them.
fully support it.
We also have the application on the WSB to I-1 that's still pending, so that public hearing is still open. A reminder that right at this moment, we're scheduled to have our final public hearing and adopt the affordable housing plan on May 17th, so that's a little bit away, but I encourage people to read up on it, familiarize yourself with it, watch if you weren't able to attend a meeting last week. Watch it. It wasn't that long, so it won't be that painful, and I hope that you all have an opportunity to look at that and be prepared to vote on that on May 17th, and we are up against the deadline, so the vote will happen on that date, yes or no, it's gonna happen, so, hearing nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Got in.
Short enough to be a TikTok, or is it a full YouTube?
It's a YouTube.
Yep.
It's a YouTube.
Way to go, troopers. We had a couple of short ones and now.
When they describe where the retention lake is there, the retention pond, there is no road there. not proposing to put a road there. A matter of fact, part of the open space was that they didn't put a road